Hi everyone, welcome to this week's episode 18 of the Drake Michigan podcast, and we're very fortunate enough today to have the wonderful Avik.
The man.
How you doing, guys? You
Have I pronounced that right, Avik?
It's pronounced Avik.
Avik.
Yeah.
I apologise.
No, that's all right.
Avik.
That's okay.
I've been calling you Avik for 10 years.
Yeah.
You told me your names, Avik.
What's in a name? What's
Nobody's
in a name?
ever told me anything else.
It's a story in itself, in terms of like sovereignty. And so your name is given to you, isn't it? Within I know you've got me here to talk about yoga, and in the yoga tradition, name giving is really important. So like some people, when they enter yoga, they'll be given a new name.
Yeah.
And so what it is, it's essentially a rebirth, because and every name has a meaning, and so within the Indian culture, the root language is Sanskrit. And so the names are like in the English culture, the root is Latin.
Yeah.
So there's always a deeper meaning, isn't there? Something. My name Avik means brave, and my surname Mitra is from the warrior caste. So in India they've got a caste system.
Brave warrior, eh?
So it's a brave warrior. But for a long period of time, I would kind of run with the name Avik because it's easier to pronounce. Right. So my name is spelled Avik. So it looks like it's Avik, and so that's the way I kind of went with it. Yeah. And because essentially I'm an Indian kid living in the West, born and brought up here.
Yeah.
So I grew up in Wigan as well in the 80s. So it's like a kind of like a white working class town.
That would have been difficult in Wigan.
At that age, that would have been interesting.
Well, there was a lot of racism and bullying, but I hated white people and fat kids, so you know what I mean.
Touche.
Take that, motherfucker. How was school today? Belted. Beat up a couple of fat white kids.
Sorry, day drop, mic drop. You know what I mean?
Quality.
But, so part of it, an element of kind of not an element of people pleasing, but also the way that I've noticed my own life, how it's gone, is that the easier you can make it, then the easier relationships become. Yeah. So sometimes the name could be a bit of a challenge. It can be a bit of a challenge. Yeah. But it's been my own journey up. And it's been only very recently where I've been telling people actually how you pronounce my name. Yeah. And it's interesting to see within my friendship groups.
If they start doing it.
Well, some people have taken the new one, and some, not the new one, but some people have pronounced my name how it's meant to, and some people have just stuck with the old one. But I'm all right. That doesn't bother me that much.
You seem like a quite laid back guy.
Yeah, I mean, the way everyone wants life to work is with as little friction as possible. Yeah. It's like what's going on in the world now in terms of like, a top-down kind of governance. We don't like that. We essentially, all of us want to be sovereign, and the big part of that is to be left alone, really.
Yeah.
Peace.
And so peace. And so so a way you do that is by making yourself not the problem. And so within yoga, the process of self-actualization is to make yourself not to be the problem in your life. Right. So a lot of people, like some people can enter a room and the problem comes with them. Yeah. You know what I mean? The attitude comes with them.
I've got family members like that.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? So so when that happens, then straight away you're meeting resistance. Yeah. So if you can make yourself not the problem and make it smooth, then a lot of the work's done.
That's a nice way of looking.
Yeah.
Right, but obviously we do want to crack on and get deep into the yoga subject, but I know just from talking to you, there's so much more to you than just the yoga.
Yeah.
And what we do like, because people love a bit of a background story. Yeah. Right. So, first of all, obviously you said yourself then you grew up in Wigan. Yeah. So I take it your parents would have come over to England. And all that kind of stuff.
That's right.
Is there anything in your childhood, any stories that we need to cover there, or do we need to get to sort of when you go into work a bit later on?
So, within the Indian tradition, Hinduism and yoga kind of sit hand in hand, and they kind of overlap, they intermingle. The two kind of are very closely associated.
Can I just ask, are you Hindu?
So I wouldn't say I'm Hindu. I wouldn't class myself as within a box of a religion, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, Hindu's not really a religion as such, in kind of way, the way we see Abrahamic religions.
Right, okay.
But I wouldn't class myself as a Hindu. I just kind of see myself as a...
A lot of religions are influenced by Hinduism.
I was going to say, I mean, I am a bit of a lover of how it goes back to Hinduism. Like, if you trace proper Christianity, all religions, really, and it all traces back to... It's the oldest religion, isn't it?
The oldest religion.
But what I find as well... it just seems so like a bit like Buddhism. It just seems so peaceful. So like the way people really you want to live your life. Do you know what I mean? I don't want no confrontation. I don't want no hassle. You know, and I always get that. Like you give off that energy.
Okay, cool.
We were talking before about Linda Scott's energy. We'll not talk about that.
Are you watching, Linda?
But if Linda's watching, she knows what I'm on. You fox you. but you give off, and it's important because this is what people give off, isn't it?
It's all you have.
And you give off.
It's the truth. The truth is energy is all you have.
But you give off a very placid, very calm, very approachable, nice guy image.
I mean, so that's part of like wanting to be frictionless. You know, so like, to jump a little bit ahead of my story, when you asked the question about where to start, one element of my story is that I was a civil engineer. I was in the construction industry. So I was in the construction industry in the early 2000s. So the world's changed now, and it's definitely more diverse than it used to be. But back then, I was always the token, the minority, you know, within a room of kind of white guys, white people. So... I didn't want to have my race as the challenge. You know what I mean? I didn't want it to be a course of friction, and because it wasn't, it meant that, you know, people were relaxed around me, and also it enabled a lot of beautiful conversations where people could kind of question me without feeling it's going to be a threat. You know, they can ask me about my race, my religion, my beliefs and stuff like that without it being, you know, a challenge. And what I found is that people talk differently to me than they might do to other people because I'm not being aggressive in my you know interaction with them. In my demeanor, in my interaction. So
it's interesting because I've had this conversation with a few of my friends and family members because I moved up to Wigan when I was 19. And Wigan back then, so we were going back like 25 years ago. It was predominantly, I think at one point it was classed as the most racist town in the country.
Really? Okay,
honestly, it was, and it was predominantly white.
It is,
but that was a big shock for me. So because back in the Midlands where I was brought up, it was multicultural, mixed race. Schools probably 60-40, white to Muslims to Indian, and so like one of my good friends back home, Lee Palmer, his name was. He was an half-caste kid. He was westernised English, but he was an half-caste kid. But so like in our group of like 5 or 6 white lads. He was, but we never looked at him any different, right? Do you know what? And it's weird. My first incidence of what I want to class as probably, I don't know, racism, if you like. So we were all playing football. Now this is the thing as well. So like I was brought up, and we just thought it was funny. We never really took it seriously. So we were into football, right? But the Muslim kids or the Indian kids and everything, cricket was massive to them. So we used to go across the fields. And we'd play them football, and then we'd play them cricket, right? Okay. And I say them, and I don't mean it, but basically because they all used to say this is us, and this is whatever. So we used to have like the English versus the Indians or whatever, or the Pakistanis or whatever. Anyway, and then one day when we're all playing together and everything else, because we knew each other through school and friendship groups and all the rest of it, this white gammon come across the fields, if that's what you want to call him, right? And he come across with a crossbow.
Give over.
No, he does shit, you know, right? And so all the Muslim kids and the Indian kids and everything, they all ran off, right? But my mate Lee, who was black skinned, he was like stood with us as if to say like, fucking hell, like, it's bad this, and then But the fella with the crossbow started coming after Lee.
No.
Shit.
So like we were standing in front of Lee saying, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Right?
Well.
But it got and we said, "Lee, you best run."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And he started firing the fucker.
No
right?
way.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And that was my first probably insight because I never really come across it. Because the thing is, and this is, if you're brought up in different areas, it's not an issue to you, is it?
Yeah.
It's just so people like. Say from Wigan, it's a knowledge problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's a knowledge, and also, so right, there was a time when I was on site. I was working in Rochdale. Rochdale's a very mixed kind of integrated town, and a high Muslim population. And I was working with a gang of lads from Oldham. So I was a site engineer at the time, and there was a gang from Oldham who were working on the job with us, and they were doing a bit of the drainage and some curbing. That's what they were doing for us. And at the end of their section of work, one of the young lads come over to me, and he went, "I've never met a packy like you before."
Give over.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the way he said it wasn't a racist way.
He didn't realise what
he was being positive with it.
No. This is how this is how I took it. It's like he used the terminology of the people he was associated with. Yeah. But what he was giving me was a compliment. He didn't realise.
He was trying to say you're a belting fella.
What he was saying is that he'd never met someone of my race, of my skin colour, that was like me. Yeah. All his interactions must have been negative.
Yes.
So, although he used a term that you'd say was racist, I knew that he was actually giving me a compliment. That what he was saying was my humanity and not my race. You see, what I'm saying is like when people come through and they're a challenge. So like people wear their heart on the sleeve. Some people wear the race on the sleeve. It's the first thing they want to talk about. As soon as you give that image away, that image, then what's the first thing you're going to talk about? What's the first energy you're going to feel? You'll see it as a challenge and as a problem. And so for me, I consciously try to take away issues that would give a challenge, because I just want an easy life, most people. I just want life to run smoothly. So that was it was something.
That's how my marriage lasted for 10 years, you know.
And do you know what? Language and words are important because, I mean, and this is where I think sometimes you have to have deeper conversations, and we're not going to go into this step, but because the thing is, sometimes people could make off-the-cuff comments or whatever, which in that isolated incident sounds disgusting. But I don't believe everybody's bad, and I don't believe everybody's racist. This is my
interaction with race is that I've met very few racist people, but I've met a lot of people who say racist things. And there's a huge difference in that. There's a huge difference in that. And so I take it, going into the construction industry. So I worked for this company in 2008, and I worked for this new company that they were just opening up a rail division, and my specialism was rail, structures within the rail. And the company was just gearing up for this. So they're kind of hiring a whole new kind of talent base. So they didn't have the foreman at the time. I'd gone on as a site manager. They didn't have a foreman at the time. So we had to recruit a foreman. So we got an agency foreman come in, and he was just a sweetheart, the nicest guy you could ever meet. He was ex-military, and he was a Sheffield United fan, ex-hooligan as well. We got talking.
They've all got the folds good.
Mate, so yeah, man. So but the thing with this lad is that he would defend anybody who was working with him, and me included. We got on so tight. He had a swastika tattooed on the skin between his thumb and his index finger, and to this day, I wish I brought it up with him, because sometimes when we'd have the chat, because sometimes we'd be talking and he'd clock me looking at it, and he'd close his thumb and his forefinger.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? Embarrassed about
Yeah.
it. But I would have loved to have asked him about it, because I mean, here's the thing: it was a tiny little thing, so he could have tattooed over it. So he's kept it.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? So he could have done that.
Yeah.
And you could tell from the tattoo that it was an old tattoo. You know, it wasn't a fresh thing.
Yeah.
So he definitely could have,
done something about it.
But I took him as the man. rather than, you know what I mean, or his history. Yeah. So that for me is my.
That's credit to you, and most people should do that anyway, because all people should do it, because people have history. Yeah. And people have regrets.
Yeah.
Everyone has a journey.
Well, I think that everyone would agree. The person you are, say, when you're 20 is not usually the same person you are when you're 35, 40.
Definitely change.
That's it.
Do you know what I mean? And I think you do look and you go, we all make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. And, you know, life's a learning, you know, and constantly. A lot of it is, like, I've had this, like, so there's certain cultures and that, like, I've never been around, like, say, Jewish people. I don't know much about it. I've never been around Amish people. Yeah. Right. I have been around a lot of, say, Muslim or Indian people.
I am going to become an Amish, by the way.
But I don't blame you. Right. But,
decided.
But this is when I talk about knowledge, if you like, I think, because if you get to know someone, like, deeper. Yeah. It's like when say you first meet someone who's, say, like, disabled, right, or they've got disfigurement or something. We all, first of all, you want to do is look.
Yeah.
Naturally.
But then, after, like at a funeral, first thing I want to do is laugh. Right? I just laugh and fucking head out, right?
A lot of people do that.
No, but the thing is, once I've got past that, I wouldn't see the disability then. Yeah. And I wouldn't see the race, and I couldn't give a shit. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? But because sometimes you've got to break them barriers down and get past that, ain't you? And this is what I was talking to Anthony about before. So, like, for those who haven't heard it yet, we have released a #1 classic.
It's still in my head, by the way.
So it's only available on Rumble. So
it's an instant ban, actually, on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Instant.
Now, the thing is, and we were talking to you about this. So we did a mock piss take, if you like, of I'm too sexy for my shirt. Yeah. About COVID and this kind of stuff. Now, that video is not the beliefs of them three people in the video. Yeah. It's just a complete piss take of the whole situation, everything what's going on in the world. We're trying to, from both sides, and looking at everything, but also trying to put a bit of humour on it. But you could also, someone might watch that and just see two bald-headed white men, you know, with a big beer belly, if you like, and just suddenly, far-right racist gammon.
So here's a thing, right? I was working for another construction company in Appleby up in Cumbria, and they were Appleby's a very, like, local type of village, and all the lads kind of generally were from there and worked for this construction company. And I was working for a few months, and it was coming into Christmas. So the company was like the biggest employer in the village. Yeah. And they would put up all the Christmas decorations in the town. And I'd go in with a couple of mates, and we'd go to get a sandwich from the local shop. And there were some of our lads putting up the Christmas tree. And one of the lads was about 6'5", 6'6", bald, tattooed everywhere, huge lump of a man. Yeah. And I remember saying to my mate at the time, Rich, I said, I hope I never have to work with him. I bet he's racist as fuck. The next job I worked on, he was on the job. So I'm thinking,
perception.
I've got this image, like, thinking what he is. He was a sweetheart. He was just the nicest human. And it was such a lesson for me. He was telling me about how he was really into spirituality and stuff like that, and like, you know, that total don't judge a book by its cover.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah.
But what he was telling me, like, a funny story is, like, he used to go to holiday to Thailand a lot, and in Thailand, a lot of the Thai fighters, the tattoos you have represent how many wins you've got, and he's like, from his bald head to his toes to his fingertips, full of tattoos. Yeah. I mean, he looked a hard as football. But the Thai people are like,
but isn't it funny how everybody could be guilty of judging
completely?
And the thing is, and I mean, this is, you know, it's a lesson for all of us, really, because you could meet somebody like that, but for all you know, he might have lost his wife and kids. He might have battled cancer for the last 10 years. We're very quick
most people
to judge and to come to conclusions, and this. Do you know what? This is a great thing about the podcast and everything, because what we do is we get to have them deeper conversations. We get to have a chat.
This is the first time that Kev's not judged me.
I judged him a long time ago. And do you know what? Judged. Executioner. I'm just waiting for someone else to take his place. Avik, you might be his replacement. It was Avok.
Avik.
Sorry. This could be the new Kevin Avik show. Right? We can just put him behind the camera.
I'm going to do a sequence at this point now.
But do you know what? So it's important, things like that. But anyway, let's get back to. So from school you went. What did you go to college, university, or straight into the building trade? Or?
So part of my relationship with yoga is interesting because it's kind of inbuilt into the culture. But my first interaction with the word yoga was so my dad, I remember being 7 or 8, my dad used to shout to us like in Bengali, which is our mother tongue, about doing yog byog. So yog is yoga and byog is the opposite. So yoga means union, and so byog means yoga means union, but also union could mean addition, and so byog is division. So when he was saying yog byog, what he meant was maths homework. So my first kind of interaction with the word yoga was maths homework. So I didn't enjoy hearing that word.
I didn't know.
You know what I mean?
That put many people off.
Yeah, exactly. So when my dad used to say them words to me, it was like, all right, time to find, try and get away from this. But the way yoga as a system works is that it provides the opportunity for different people's predominant kind of instinct. It gives them pathways. So there's different paths of yoga. So hatha yoga is the one that we would see the most in the West. Mm-hmm. So hatha yoga is the movement side of yoga.
Yeah. Is that like the animal poses and all that?
The poses and that thing, yeah.
I'm a bit of an expert on yoga.
I can see, Animal poses.
I often come in the morning, he's like bent over and doing weird shapes and...
I was going to say something completely... I'm not doing good.
So there's hatha yoga, which is the movement side of yoga. There's something called jnana yoga or gyan yoga, which is the kind of more intellectual, like learning side. So the more scriptural side of yoga.
Yeah, okay.
There's bhakti yoga, which is the more devotional side of yoga. There's karma yoga, which most people understand the word karma. So karma it just means action. So karma yoga is making your life into yoga, and there's one called Raja Yoga, which is the royal path. So out of those 5, my dad kind of would naturally lean towards Jnana Yoga, Gyan Yoga, which is my dad's quite a clever bloke, he's quite an intellectual guy, so he would read a lot of the kind of scriptural part of it. And my mum, which is kind of very natural in terms of masculine and feminine energy, and generally within the Indian tradition, females would go towards Bhakti Yoga, which is the devotional part, where you would do puja, which is kind of like small little ceremonies where you have like a little deity, a little shrine, and you do offerings every day. And then a part of Bhakti Yoga is devotional chanting or singing. So the easiest comparison would be to gospel singing. So especially the black church.
Oh, wow.
So like the black church where they kind of really get the energy going and singing that way. So Bhakti Yoga that's a huge part of Bhakti Yoga.
Wow.
Is devotional chanting and singing. And
amazing.
And so just like with gospel music, there's a gamut, from like the traditional choir type, it's very serious, very precise, to the joyfulness of like maybe gospel music. Mm-hmm. So within the chanting there's that variance where you've got real devotional high energy stuff, or very kind of probably more masculine as an energy, quite like serious, quite on the point, like quite a drone meditative type of kind of chanting. So my parents had this kind of naturally kind of growing up. So what I found becoming a yoga teacher is that the benefit that I have from it is that I've kind of swam in the culture of it. So when I came to yoga teaching, it was more of a natural fit for me, because I'm not having to do the learning that other people would have to do. When
it's been natural,
it's been very natural. But going back to, for me, did the whole college uni thing. For me, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. My dad's an electrical engineer, so he really wanted to push me down the engineering path. So I did civil engineering at uni, and then I know from listening to your podcast, you like to know about when the moment was. So my moment is like 2008. So that company that I said, I worked with a guy with a swastika tattoo. Yeah. So that year was one of the most stressful years of my life. Where,
but by the sound of it, was you like in management? Was you quite high up or something?
Yeah. So anything, you have to work up through the grades. So I started out as a site engineer, assistant engineer, which in the civil field, I mean, in construction, I mean, you were saying how you're building an apartment block now. So you'll have someone setting out the work, won't you?
That's
you'll have, are you doing it from the ground up?
Yeah.
So you'll have, at some point, you'll have someone with a theodolite level and doing
that's
all
right,
that stuff.
Yeah.
So that was my first kind of role. And then I was... and I think we're all kind of similar age. So growing up in the 80s, life was tough.
Yeah.
And so, everyone was skint, weren't they, in the 80s, pretty much.
It was tough, but the TV was fucking...
The TV was good. The music was good as well.
The music and TV. We had the A-Team. We had E-Man. We had Airwolf.
Hawk.
Sinbad. Knight Rider. Baywatch.
We had some proper hair bands as well.
We had some great days. None of this shit today.
Monotonous crapness today.
Yeah. So 4 channels. There's a lot to love about it.
We used to go out, play football till it got dark.
Exactly.
Come home, have an hamburger sandwich.
Simple life.
That was the day. But come on.
No, so I started out as a setting out engineer and worked my way through, but I was very money driven. Yeah. And so money came with position. And also I wanted to go from the lad in the jeans and the knacker t-shirt to the guy wearing the suit. And I wanted to make that jump quickly. Yeah. And so in that profession, unless you jump around to companies, you've got to serve your apprenticeship. That's right. So I kind of like jumped companies quite a few times, chasing the money, chasing the position. So in 2008, I became the position I wanted, which was a site manager, and I was working in Doncaster. So living in Wigan, and I was travelling to Doncaster every day. So I'd have one day a week where I'd stop over, but just to break the week up. But generally I'd do that. So I'd leave the house at 5:30, get to site for 7:30, leave the site anywhere between 6 and 7, and get home between 8 and 9. So I was doing that, and it was full on, and I was managing the job as well. So it was very full on.
Can I just say? I wish my staff had that job. I think I think mine turn up about 8ish, leave about 2ish. That's if they turn up at all. We'll have a chat after. I might have a position for you. All right, go on.
So. And that year, I also got married twice to the same girl my had. Yeah. So I had like a traditional kind of Christian wedding. So my wife, she's an English girl. So we had like a white wedding. Yeah. And then we had like an Indian kind of Hindu wedding. So we had the 2 weddings in the year. And my dad turned into fucking Bridezilla. My missus was chill. My dad turned into Bridezilla. Like the Hindu wedding, like he'd ring me up all the time, like asking me about details about place sitting and all the shit that you expect your missus to be doing. Dad was doing. Nice. Mate, honestly, it was a nightmare. So, but leading up to that year, what happened is that I'd start getting these like little cramps in my chest. Yeah, and so little micro cramps in my chest, and but like being a bloke, typical bloke, I just ignore it. Yeah. But there was one time when I was driving down to Doncaster, and it was like 7 a.m, and then this cramp came on, and it lasted like 30 seconds to a minute, and I thought was like,
I'm having an heart attack.
I'm gonna have a heart. Is this gonna be me veering into the hard hard shoulder or the central res? This gonna be over. So that was a point where I thought I need to go and get this checked out. So I went to see a GP, and he told me what I knew. It was stress related. Yeah. And so what he did then is like, it's stress related. Here's a prescription. And as you do. Yeah. And so I was 28 at the time, and I thought, I've got another 30 odd years in this career. Do I want to do a job that I need to take pills to do a job for? No. And the answer was no. But at that time, I couldn't see a way out. So then fast forward from 2008 to 2012.
That's when I think I met you.
Yeah, so we met in 2013. So I changed jobs from that company, went to another company, and within this other company where I was working out on site, they had a role as an estimator. So obviously you know what an estimator is, so it's pricing work. So I took like a sidestep. So what that enabled me to do this wasn't in 2012. Sorry, this was in 2010. I think it let me have more of a 9 to 5, and it gave me my weekends. So it gave me some time. So I did Reiki training. I mean, for me, a lot of my stuff was led by my wife rather than me.
How was your missus into it all?
So my missus, she's super into it. She was like, so like the funny part of it is like I'm interested in yoga as a kid and growing up, but I never wanted to be a yoga teacher. Yeah. I never had any interest in spirituality as kind of something as a work. Yeah. It was just something, for me really, a little bit for me. Part of me, but it wasn't really a big part of me either. It wasn't like today. It's all it is for me now.
Right.
Yeah. But back then it was like a part, like a Sunday go to church. You know what I mean? Like that kind of style of it. Yeah. So my wife, she wanted to do Reiki training. So we did Reiki level 1 and 2. Then she wanted to do yoga training. She wanted to be a yoga teacher. So when she told me about yoga teaching, she found somewhere. It was very difficult at that time. So the world's changed now. There's a yoga studio in every corner now. But back then, I mean, it's not that long ago, but 2011.
A lot's changed though, hasn't it?
A lot's changed, man. Within the field of spirituality, it's completely changed for the better.
I think that has,
yeah, completely. So about 2011, she found this yoga training course in Manchester. So it was one weekend a month for like 12 months. So when she told me about it, she was like, I found this course. I'm going to do it once, and do you want to do it with me? And all I'm thinking is pizza, PlayStation, porn. You know what I mean? Not in that order, but that's what I'm thinking. I've got the weekend to myself, and that's what my weekend's going to be. But my missus can't drive. She's a bit of a pampered princess. So I'm thinking, I know what's going to happen here. She's going to say, can you drive me to Manchester? Yeah. And then I thought, by the time I drive to Manchester, come home.
There's no porn left then,
there's no porn left.
Too tight for porn.
And the pizza's coming.
By the time I drive her there, come home, and then do that journey back again, I thought I might as well do the fucking thing. Yeah. So, I mean, it was hilarious because, like, at the end of the course, the training course, we're in this room, there's like 30 of us, and apart from me, it's all women. And so everyone's going around the room giving these heartfelt kind of reasons why they did it. Everyone's in tears. And then I'm like the last one. And I've just told you, I told all them. I missed out the porn part. Like.
I'm here because
you're looking around the room going porn.
Yeah, exactly.
I just got my arse driving back. So
but that's what I genuinely said. Like, the only reason I'm doing it is just save me the petrol.
Quality.
And it's funny. It's like my wife. She kind of definitely recognises that in a way her role was to get me to be a teacher, because I had no desire to be a yoga teacher. But when I became a teacher, it's for me teaching yoga is as natural as breathing. It's because I swim with it in the culture. For me, I've not had to do that much kind of absorption of it. It's just
it just is.
It just is like. Yeah. I remember a moment when I was like 18, and we used to go to India like every couple of years, and we go for summer. And my granddad, I remember waking up in the morning, like 4 a.m. I was just going to the toilet, and my granddad was up, and he couldn't see me, but he was sat there. And I watched him. He was doing a few yoga poses, and then he started meditating. And up until that point, I had never seen anyone do that. Right. Like none of my family have done that, and I watched him, and I remember it's such an important part of like, you know what I mean?
That's
like,
a nice memory.
Yeah, it's such an important memory for me because prior to then, that's nothing I'd seen before, and I see it as for me a real connection point to yoga. Then inspiring, and in terms of spirituality and practical spirituality. So then in 2012 we'd qualified as yoga teachers, and my wife, I met her at the company I was working for. She quit to be a yoga teacher, but then again the like it is now where yoga you can be a full-time yoga teacher. Back then you couldn't. So she quit, and I stayed in my job within engineering, because I thought, well, there's not enough money coming in for us both to do it. So she quit to do it. And that year in 2012, we went to a festival in Glasgow called the I Can Do It Festival, and it was held. It was held by Hay House, so Louise Hay and Wayne Dyer. Yeah. They were the keynote speakers, and they had all their kind of speakers there at this 2-day festival retreat kind of thing, and it was amazing. And so there was one talk, one person came on to do a talk, and the person said, at this moment, I want you to all just become silent, meditate almost, and just see what comes up, and just see what comes up. And in that moment, when I created a bit of space and clarity, afterwards I thought, I need to get out of engineering.
Right.
That was like the point in 2012. I thought, I need to get out of this, but I don't know.
So something was connecting with
something
you.
Was connecting to me. I knew,
this feels right for me.
This feels right, and I knew I needed to get out of engineering, but I just didn't know what it was. And I knew with the Reiki and the yoga, there wasn't enough income coming in. But at that time, I didn't know what to do. And so then the following year, because it kind of then brought something into me. I was just, as you do, just Google searching, just for anything really. Yeah. And so I kind of went back to what I've always been interested in. So although I said at the start, like, I didn't know what I wanted to do as a career, I kind of did. Like, I've always been interested in how the body works and how it's put together, the mechanics of it. And I'm a very sporty kind of athletic person, so I knew I wanted something in that field, but I just didn't know what. So I'm kind of putting all these keywords, and then like sports massage, sports therapy came up. And so there was a sports therapist course. So sports therapy is like kind of like an element, a segment of physiotherapy where it's kind of manual treatment. Yeah. So it's kind of a step up from sports massage, but it's not like a physiotherapist. So they offered like a weekend kind of sports massage course, and then if you kind of like it, then you can do the sports therapy course, and that was like a prerequisite as well. So I did the sports massage course, enjoyed it, and I thought, let me do the sports therapy course. So it was that year in 2013, that's when I met Critch, because I knew then that was my exit out. Like I knew this with this and the yoga, I can create a business. And so in 2013, and I'd always been a directly employed person then, but I knew I needed to get out into the community, the business community, and also learn what it was like to be a self-employed
It takes bravery though, doesn't it?
Yeah, so there was a business breakfast meeting in Wigan. So I started attending that. It was great because it was like, was it 6 a.m. or 6:30 or something?
Yeah,
in the morning?
breakfast meeting. Yeah,
we'd have a breakfast meeting. So you'd meet at 6, so I could do it before work. And so I'd started going to that once a week, making connections into it. I was getting referrals. I wasn't fully qualified then, but I was getting referrals and building up my experience and building my contact base. And you know, I know for you, you're big into manifestation and all that kind of stuff and that element. And so for me, that was a point where manifestations, the power of it really started to accelerate and kind of appear into my life.
Yeah.
So where my business, with the company I worked for, their business unit was based in Ashton Makerfield.
Yes.
And at the top of the business unit, they just this karate gym had just opened up, and it had a weights gym there. So my first thought was like, oh, they've got a gym there, I can just go and train in my dinner break. So I went in chatting to the owner, and then he had another room spare, and he said, and I'm doing the sports therapy at the time, and so we got talking, and he was like, if you want to put a bed in there, you know, you can do, you know, you can tap into my client base, and you can you can start, you know, doing some massage. And so he gave it me for free, the room. Brilliant. With the view that when I qualify, I'd start paying him rent. Yeah. So I had a premise, you know, I had a table, you know, and so I started building it up in the part time, you know, after. So it was like, as it is, whenever you're doing something important, the hours build, don't they? You've got to kind of do your side hustle while you're doing your day job, and it's a very important part of anybody's journey. Yeah. You know, the work is there, but the interesting thing about it, which I can recognize now, is that when you know you're building towards something bigger, it's not work then.
No, it's not.
You have to do it. It doesn't. It feels like work. Like, you know, I'd finish my day job. I'd get home at 5:30, and I've got another 2 clients. You know, a couple of hours clients. I might drive to their house. Or they might be coming to that place. Yeah. But it's not work. It's just stuff that I'm doing.
If you want to build something, you know, you have to do it.
You have to do
this is where I think a lot of people don't go down the self-employed route or set up. They don't chase their own dreams. Because they're like, oh.
But it's a comfort zone.
They come home from work and they're like, oh, I'm not doing that now. Like, I'll still have people to me like now, and they'll say like, well, what are you still doing? Like working at this time of night and all that? And I'm like, but if you want to make anything happen, I think if you speak to anyone who's built anything or been successful, right? Even people who've done it and failed, because it's not failure, it's still learning. Yeah. But you have to put in the work, the effort. Yeah. No one else is going to do it for you. Yeah. So
well, here's what I recognise now, that until the pain of doing the thing becomes greater than the pain of not doing the thing, change doesn't happen. Yeah. When the pain of doing the thing becomes greater than the pain of not doing the thing, then big change happens.
I like that.
So, if, for example, it's like, like I've not quit drinking. It seems quite a harsh way of saying it, but I just choose not to drink anymore because it's not something that fulfills me. But when I was a kid, like drinking, like Friday night, Saturday night, that's all I want. I'm living for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so the pain of drinking then, the pain of not drinking was what was driving me out to go out Friday night, Saturday night. Yeah. But then you hit a natural age, we all do, when the pain of drinking is the hangover, and that last 7 days, 3 days of hangover. And then at some point, then the pain of doing the thing is now greater than the pain of not doing the thing.
That's true.
Because I remember on one of your podcasts, you were talking to, I can't remember who the person was, but you were trying to talk to the people, the imaginary person who's stuck in the job that wants to change but isn't quite sure about it. And I think personally we don't speak to those people, because until they learn the pain of until they realise and recognise that the pain of doing the thing is greater than the pain of not doing the thing, until they realise the pain of not living their dreams isn't great enough, then they have to do the process of doing the grind.
It's a good way of putting it.
They have to go through that process. We all have to go through that process. You can't, as much as we'd love to hold the hands and take them through it and say, just take that leap of faith, until they recognise, until that pain is so great that they have to do it. You can't make.
No, you're right. Because if you look at it from, I don't know, if you wanted to put it another way, it's like if someone said to me like, I want to start whatever they're into, right? And then you'd said, well, why don't you then? Yeah. Right. So then they'll come up with so many excuses, right? Well, so my argument then would be, and I know it might sound harsh. Yeah. Well, I would say, well, you don't want it bad enough then.
Yeah, 100%.
True. Yeah.
Because 100%. If you really wanted something, it's like people will say, I don't know, I fucking hate these curtains in my house, I need some new ones. Well, you don't hate them that much, do you? Because they've been there for three fucking years. if you didn't like them, fucking rip them down. Because I guarantee you, next time I come, there'll be a fresh set of curtains. You know what I mean? I'm unhappy in my relationship. Well, fucking get rid of it then. Well, you're not that unhappy then, are you?
That's it.
I'm unhappy in my job. Do you know what I mean? Well, exactly.
There's fear in it, though, isn't there?
There is, because people are fear of. But the thing is like you're saying there, it's like if the change becomes bigger than staying.
I think sometimes the unknown is quite frightening for people, though. You know, like you're talking about relationship, and even in a job situation, it's like, but if I leave this job, I might not have all those material things that I've been used to.
Here's the thing. The people who have made that shift, like you, will tell those people that when you make the change, synchronicities happen like magic.
Miracles,
like magic. Yeah. And you can't, like, so when I was, I'm in this business unit, and it's porta cabins that have been tarted up to make it into offices, but they've got the cheap carpet, you know what I mean? And so I'm walking down, I know it's 2013, and I've put a date when I qualify in January 2014, and my cut-off date to leave the company is May 2014. Right. So that period of time, those 4 or 5 months between the Jan and May, I'm walking down the corridors to my room, to my desk, and I'm looking at the carpet, and I'm seeing the track of everyone walking the same path, and I'm thinking, all that was keeping me dragging on was like, at some point, that's not going to be my groove no more. I'm going to be somewhere else. And what happened for me, you know, like, I did a fag packet, like back of fag packet kind of a business plan. I didn't really think about it too much because the pain of being there was too great. I knew I had to get out. So I wasn't really bothered about where the money would come from. In my head, like generally, the hourly rate is anywhere between £25 to like £40, depending on the postcode. You know,
well, it will be,
depending on what the car's on the drive. You might just scratch it off. But so you kind of think, okay, like I might start with 10 clients a week at this, and you might build to this. You're putting them numbers in your head. But for me, the numbers didn't really matter that much because I had to get out. That year, between January and May that year, 2 yoga studios opened up in Standish, which was like 10 miles from. No, not even that. Now
nice
the yoga
area,
studio. Yes, that's a nice area. Now, like I say, there's yoga studios everywhere. Back then, that was totally new. And these 2 yoga studios opened up within like a mile of each other. One's a hot yoga studio.
I was going to say, that was a big thing at one point, hot yoga, wasn't it?
Yeah. So one's a hot yoga studio. It's still open now, and one's not. And these 2 premises opened up within a couple of months of each other. Both of them were actively looking for yoga teachers. Both of them got in touch with me, and both of them offered me employment. These things I didn't have on a business plan. They weren't. They
weren't one of them opposite the Charlie Arms pub.
Yeah, Yoga Town.
I've seen that open. Because back in the day, I'm going to share something with you now. Yeah. So, like, back in the day, when I was into all the spiritual stuff, all the woohoo, and so we met, and I don't know if you've ever come across her, so we met this fantastic lady called Maxine.
Yeah, I know Maxine.
Do you know Maxine Geary?
Yeah.
I used to love Maxine.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So Maxine used to come to my shop and hold yoga sessions.
All right, okay.
And my missus...
Yeah.
My missus used to do. She loved it.
Yeah,
absolutely loved it.
Teacher, Maxine.
And she's very awake, and like what's called. So I knew Maxine 15 years ago, and you're sat in my office in here now on this podcast, and you know Maxine. Now you tell me that's the universe not bringing everybody back together, because do you know what? Because connected to Maxine as well, there was some fantastic people back in the day.
Yeah.
So there's a lady called Hazel O'Hara as well, right? Fantastic woman, right? So you can when you meet certain spiritual people and you just know they're fucking they're off in the right place, right? And back in the day, I met some right fucking knobheads, right? And I met some bullshitters, but I also met some wonderful people. Yeah, and Maxine, I met, and there's a few anyway. Mary and Yvonne and Rebecca Amps and Middlehurst, if they're listening. So I met some great people, and but so we did the yoga then, but we never got to do it on the level that we wanted to do. Like because I had a room, see. Yeah. So and the women and whatever, they would do the yoga. I don't know where I'm going with this story anyway, but you know what I'm saying. So and then that's what I was going to say. So when that hot yoga place opened up, I used to say to my missus, "There's a new yoga place opened up."
Right.
But then she was like, "But how am I going to get there?" Because we'd moved to like Berska then.
Okay.
She was like, "Well, it's too far. How am I going to?" And it was too far for a mum, too far for a sister. So she ended up not going. But because I think my missus would do yoga. So what I said was, I had this idea. I said, "I'm going to meet someone who I record all the sessions, and you can do it at fucking home, and then you don't have to mind me." and here you are.
The magic of manifestation.
I just whatever I manifest, I just create it in my head, and then I just build it. We'll have to get Maxine involved as well.
She's a great lady, Maxine. Yeah, she's a top lady.
I'm glad that you know Maxine.
Yeah. So those two studios appeared. So all of a sudden, this kind of back of fag packet business plan that I did, that was just based around the sports therapy, and I was teaching yoga with my wife at the time. We had a class that we were running together. These two studios appeared, and so they were like giving me more opportunities to work. And so there's one studio called Studio One in yoga, Studio in Standish. Sorry, it's on the crossroads for people who know that place. It's a beautiful studio, absolutely. It's been done immaculately by the owner. So when I walked in there and saw the studio, and I told the owner, Michelle, that I also do sports therapy, and she was like, "Well, I've got a clinic room here. You know, we want someone anyway. Here's a clinic room." So I'm looking at this studio, and I'm looking at the room she's offering me, and the room she's offering me is beautiful. Like it's a beautiful room, beautiful studio, and she's only going. And I'm also thinking, You know, my hourly rate's between £25 to £40. You know what I mean? So it's like you're looking for a level of affluence, and Standish is an affluent area.
100%, yeah.
But where I had the table was in Bryn, in Ashton, in Makerfield, and
not a great area.
Not a great area. I've got friends in Bryn. So I've promised this guy who runs the karate studio that when I'm qualified, I'm going to come and start paying him rent. And I'm thinking I'm going to have an awkward conversation with him now.
Yeah.
So Michelle had offered me the room. She said I can have it for 3 months for free, then I can start earning. You know, and I've got to start paying rent. Sorry. And so I've got this amazing room, and then I've got this other room, this shithole room, in Bryn. So I'm driving to the karate studio to talk to the guy, thinking, you know, I've had it for free for all this time, and now I've got to tell him that, you know, about this other place. Yeah. I turned up, and the guy goes to me, I'm using your room as storage. I'm glad you've turned up because I needed to get all your stuff out. So I didn't even have to tell him.
No way.
I didn't have to tell him. See, this is the thing. Like, you know it. And anyone who does this, anyone who makes the change, these stories just go hand in hand with it. They are the most natural stories because the universe wants you to do it.
I think it's important.
The universe wants you to fucking do it.
Yeah.
Even the words that we say now, like, probably doesn't give it justice. But like, if we could just say to people who are listening, if you follow your true meanings or God or universe, whatever you want to call it, he will move mountains. Right? If you follow, you were born to be a creator of your life.
Yeah,
it's other people that have took it away from you. Right? As soon as people let go and it's unbelievable.
See, the way I go,
it's just a magic moment.
Yeah. The way I see it is that the creator, when you become a creator, you align yourself with the creative force of the universe. Because it is a creator. It is a supreme intelligence that created the universe.
Exactly.
So when you create, you're putting yourself in line with the creator.
You are part of the creator.
And then everything starts to work for you then. And nothing 100%. Works against you.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
amazing.
Because ultimately we are all alchemists.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I bet you can even look into your life, like when you're creating stuff and say like there's blockages or things don't seem to be happening. Yeah. You can even look at, if you looked at yourself, you could understand why the blockage is happening. Yeah. I've said this to you, Enter. We're building the Drake Michigan platform, but even I'm guilty of that blockages of like, but what if we run out of money? Yeah. Or what if people don't like it? Or what?
Or the other one that people suffer is, what if it becomes too successful? People suffer
I don't have that.
But people have that fear.
No, it is.
People have that fear.
Yeah, well, procrastination and everything comes in, doesn't it? But because, and do you know what? I'm lying there because sometimes if you thought about how big something could become, that could be quite
people fear the bigness. People fear it. But you know, you were saying it's amazing. I mean, here's the thing. It's amazing only because the way life is kind of mirroring to us at the moment is that because life is, whether it's consciously or unconsciously, it's trying to suppress it, trying to suppress that element of being of us being co-creators. Yeah. But when you are a co-creator, then it's not amazing. It is how it's meant to be. Yeah. It is the most natural thing in the world. It's just flowing water.
I think it's just when you consciously go, well, I did that, and then that happened, and that happened. Yeah. You're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when you become the alchemist and you become a creator, you're living on a completely different vibrational level then.
Yeah.
So, like, even in the last 6 months, so like I met you, and Critch had just come out of sort of a crappy period of his life, and we'd had this conversation, and I said, things are just going to keep getting better for you now, right? Yeah. Because I could see a lot of my life.
Yeah, and then my van blew up last week.
Right. Yeah, but that's
it did. But
that's to make room. But it's to make probably. But it's probably to make room. But your life just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it?
It does. You know what? Yeah. It's just been an amazing 6 months.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, so like you even like that. So like your van, like, sort of blowing up now. That might just be another little thing from the universe saying, like, why are you doubting? Why are you questioning anything?
And I didn't because it blew up and I was like, it is what it is. And I'll deal with it.
So you've changed your attitude from where it was.
Whereas 12 months ago, if that van blew up, it would have been the end of the world.
Yeah. You know? See, so like, I mean, this is a part of what I want to get onto, because as you develop within spirituality, then as your vibration, let's say, increases, then your words have more power, and your thoughts ultimately have more power than you first kind of recognized, and manifestations happen quicker. So there's two instances because you always naturally kind of fall back to you can fall back to your old thought pattern. So I remember I live in Eccleston now. I was walking down the main road through
yoga's going well.
I'm walking down the main road through Eccleston, back from the shops, and I had a thought come into my head where I thought, you know what, I've not dealt with any racism for a long time. It was an unnatural thought, but it came into my head.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The moment it came to my head, a white van drove past, and one lad took his head. He didn't say anything racist, but he mirrored my fear. He just shouted at me. He didn't say anything racist, but he just said something like, ooh, you know what I mean? Whatever he did,
no, I know,
just mirrored my fear straight away. And that was like, that's how quick it is.
Bonkers,
that's how.
No, I can resonate with that because I have that where like sometimes like because I've been in levels where like I was telling you before with the license plates. Sometimes you can get to a point with manifestation where like your emotions and feelings you can manifest straight away, but that works both ways.
Definitely.
So you can work like the negative can as quick as the
of course.
Do you know what I mean? And so it's really important. But when you're living in that state, the thing is, like you know yourself, you'll go through periods where you're in this state of like happiness and divine, and that is how life's supposed to be. And you just keep creating everything you want. So why would you ever? I don't know which bit of your brain is then making you even question it. I don't understand why you would. But I'm guilty of it.
It's conditioning though, isn't it?
Because I'm still guilty
but
of it.
Also, it's very natural to be skeptical. It is very natural to be skeptical. If anything, it's a life preservation skill. You know, because the skeptical part, when with our ancestry, kept us alive. When another tribe came, and you know what I mean. If someone comes in the room right now, you know, you don't what are you doing? Is a
defensive mechanism.
It's a defensive mechanism.
And also part of your brain will like I'll look back over the last so many years, and like when I'm sort of like feeling positive, and I'll say, oh, the universe and God and blah blah blah. But then there'll be another part of you that then says, is it just coincidence, or did I just get lucky, or was it just hard work? And so you're trying to rationalise, but the thing is, you know yourself, in those moments when special things happen, you know. Do you know what I mean? It's that feeling, and that you just think something phenomenal's just happened there. Do you know what I mean? And like them moments of like serenity or whatever. Like you talked about your business and being offered the room. I was the same with this office here. Like it was just. I ended up getting lost, drove onto this car park. The building was covered in trees. You couldn't even see it. It was a complete shithole. Right? It probably needed a bulldozer, never mind a bloody... Anyway, there was a crumpled up bit of paper in the window, which must have been there for 10 years. It was it was like an old pirate's map. Right? And then I just thought, I'll ring the number, and no one answered. And then a couple of days later, I just got a phone call, and he went, have you been phoning this number, lad? And I went... he went, oh, it's Mr. Baybut. Right. And I went, oh, do you own the unit on wherever? And he went, yeah, I'll meet you there in an hour. Right. And he come up here with his partner, and he opened the door. Well, eventually we couldn't get in the doors. It was what's called, there's water pissing out everywhere, and it needed electrics. It needed water, it needed a toilet, it needed electrics, the roof needed fixing, the trees needed all cutting back, everything. It was a shit-hole. And he went... do you like it then, lad? And I was it was like halfway through the film Jumanji when the trees are taking over and everything. I was like, and there was spiders everywhere, right? And I went, well, it's got potential. And in my head, I thought, there's a car park, which would be great. There was storage units where I could put the work lads' stuff, blah blah blah, and we needed an head office. And then. But I probably would have said, I'll give it a miss though, even though the location, and it was on my doorstep, there was nothing in this area for us to rent or nothing. And he turned around and he went, I like you, me. And I went, oh dear. And he went, you can have it for nothing. Right. And I went, what? And he went, well, not for nothing. He went, but you can have, he said, tell you what, you can have 12 months for free. Right. He says, and then we'll have a coffee in 12 months and we'll have a chat. Right. And I said, that'd be fucking amazing. Right, so I come in, and first thing we did was we did some work, and he didn't stop there actually. He went, not only can you have it for free, he said, I'll get you, and I thought it was too good to be true. He said, I'll send an electrician up to put new electrics in it. Yeah. I'll get the water fixed so you've got a running toilet. I'll get someone in to fix the roof. We had a thing called Japanese knotweed all growing at the side of the building. And he said, I'll get someone in to treat all that.
Right.
And within a week, he was true to his word. He did it all.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and this at the time, this was when like Universe was delivering one after one. I just thought, this is too good to be true, this. Right? And so we got in here then, and then even like after 12 months, he's like, he turned around, he went, should we say 100 quid a week?
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you fucking, this is amazing, do you know what I mean? And then it's only like, because we've been that busy the last few years, then and this is the way things happen for a reason as well. So at Christmas, we decided, this is probably not going to serve our purpose, so we're going to have to look to move and rent somewhere else. And we was looking around, the rents were ridiculous, but there was nothing. And we went looking at a few different places. There was nothing really ticking the boxes. So then I said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't we throw some money and do the other... Because this used to be our storage room.
Oh, okay.
Right? This, like, you see the video of this only like a month ago.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen the video.
And I said, let's throw some money at this and let's turn it into our studio and everything. So that's exactly what we've done over the last few weeks. And now we've got... basically 2 businesses in one building. Well, we've got actually about 7 or 8 businesses all running from here now. Yeah. But we're sat here today in that. Yeah. And it's just amazing how...
Yeah.
Amazing.
And we've just had faith and trust that it'll all happen. And this is another thing. So like, Critch come back into my life, right? Now the thing is, I don't know many people, right? And I don't like people. I just hang out with the angels. Anyway, but when Critch come back into my life, and I told him my plans and everything else, he went, hey, I've got a few people who might, be interested in coming on that. Yeah. And then he fucking, it was like a bog roll. He's like, right? He knows that many people, right? And I was like, fucking hell, this will be good. Yeah. Anyway, then he started saying like, hey, they've agreed. And I think we're into nearly August now. They're all, and now, honestly, but some of the weeks now have got like 2 or 3 guests who want to come in.
I mean, I imagine what will happen anyway is like, your guests will say, well, I can put... I mean, like, obviously, when you had Carly on, she was on the Ike.
Iconic,
so I was wondering whether... that opens up a world.
She's going to, because she's going to do her own show. She's got.
She's keeping her guests. She's keeping her guests. Okay,
that's not good. I'll to talk to him.
I'm going to come in on the camera watching her.
She's got a little black book now. That's what happens though. I mean, like the snowball. Like, I know so and so. Yeah,
it's great. Yeah, it's great. Really up. It's started to open up really well.
It's technically, and this is the good thing as well. So like, we don't do anything in terms of pushing Drake, like as in. We just letting it flow. Like when we actually first started, I don't think we'd actually said about a podcast.
Right.
So the podcast is the podcast is sort of built, but now it's actually become the biggest thing.
Okay.
So we thought, well, that's good. But then there's no way we thought we would be doing like piss-take and skits and sketches. Yeah. But then suddenly that's happened. But we've had so much fun with it. Yeah. Okay, I know people might not find it funny, but we find it funny. Right. Yeah. So do you know what? We're going to carry on doing that. Yeah. But the thing is, so things are just opening up. Yeah. Right. And then obviously we've met you. We're meeting you now. Yeah. But then we met like Julie and Oryx, who does the breath work. Yeah. And so all these new people are going to come in, bringing their skill sets, their experiences.
And JB with the crypto. And
JB with the crypto. And then what's going to happen is certain people like yourself are hopefully going to stick around and say, I'm going to be involved with that. I like it. Yeah. I like what's happening.
Yeah. Good energy.
The good energy. Yeah. Right? Now,
for me, what I've always gone for, like at the start of the podcast when I said, I made sure, back then, now I know it consciously, back then it was an unconscious thing, but I kind of made myself not to be the problem. Yeah. So what you always look for is path of least resistance, don't you? So like I can see that when like the places where I worked at, that was just path of least resistance. I didn't have to fight for them. I didn't work for them. I didn't have to search for them. They just came. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's the way it works. Like your guests are now becoming co-creators with you. That is how it's meant to be. It's meant to be. It's meant to work like that.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. It is beautiful.
And also, I mean, hopefully you'll be the same. But with every guest we've had on, it just flows.
Every conversation's been just
it's just been ace because and the thing is because people are sharing their true life experience, their knowledge. Yeah. So to be fair, there's nothing to edit.
I'll be honest, my favourite subject is talking about myself. So
well, and I love that. I love that. I know where you're coming from.
That's why I booked you.
But anyway, so let's get back to you. Otherwise, this podcast will be all about me. So you found these studios. So I'm taking it. You went to Studio One.
Yeah.
And what happened then?
So I worked at Studio One, and the best thing about working there was she had this beautiful studio. So she had like maybe 300 or 400 people. Footfall. Yeah, 100 people. Like some of them were probably repeat customers.
Yeah,
sorry. But footfall. She had like maybe 2-3 classes on a day, 7 days a week.
So it's very popular.
So it's very. There was like, I think her room fits between 25 to 30. So she was getting like 60 people of an evening coming through. So I had footfall coming through. Mm-hmm. So then what I did is like the first month I was there, I just did free injury clinics. So I'd give like people 15 minutes of my free time and they'd come in. And so what I found, which was interesting to me, was about the way people think. So people would come in for an injury, and I can see now, connecting the dots. I know you were talking about things like that before. What helped me with sports therapy was doing the Reiki. So the healing part of it was very natural to me, and now I understood the science part of it. So when people would come in to me for 15 minutes, I would pretty much resolve the problem that they'd had for months, if not years. Yeah. And so
word of mouth.
So I knew the word of mouth would build, because most people. So like when I started getting paying customers, the owners of Studio One came to me and said, "Av, normally what happens when you go and see a physio is that you book in for a minimum of 2, but you're just booking in people for one session." Yeah. And in my head, I'm like thinking, well, don't you want to fix it the first time? Why would you want to extend it the second time? Yeah. And I said that to her, and she didn't get it. She was like, well, when I see my physio, and he always books me in for 2 sessions, and I'm like thinking, well, that is just wrong. You're just getting ripped off. Yeah. I didn't say it, but I thought it. Yeah. But then a couple of months down the line, she came to me and she said, I see what you mean now, because all I was getting was positive feedback, because people were like, you go to this guy, he'll fix you in 1 session.
Exactly. Or
if he needs 2 sessions, he'll tell you, and it's fixed. Yeah. And then it's like that snowball effect just naturally happens. And then, and it just became, I mean, it's not a magical thing. It's just the right way to treat people, isn't it?
Because I think when you're being truthful and honest and true to what you believe in, you don't need people to come back. You don't need to sort of try and think of it from a money point of view and say, "Oh, if you come back 2 or 3 times, I could." No, because if you really truly believed in what you were doing and everything else, you just give everybody everything and that one.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know what I mean? And that, but I think people can feel that energy. They know you
when you're holding back, or
they know you're being truthful or genuine.
They know, but here's what I'd say is also, because most of us are used to being manipulated and lied to. Yeah, we also accept that we are kind of being, played a little bit, and we kind of unconsciously recognise.
Yeah, it's your first thought, really.
It's your first thought. Like the
skeptical being.
Well, the stereotypical thing, like when you go to your local garage and he says, gives it a kick that'll cost 500 quid. Yeah. You kind of think, I know it's going to cost 200 quid, but all right, I need my car fixing. Yeah. So that kind of thing. True. You know what I mean? We know but we know it's the game. Yeah. But really, it shouldn't be. We shouldn't treat people like that.
Definitely. No.
We shouldn't. So then when I was at that studio, what happened is that I can't remember what point of the studio, but I had a relationship, like a friendly relationship with the owner. And one morning I came in, and she was in reception, and I was talking to her, and so we were just having this nice conversation. We were in each other's company about half an hour. And then I went upstairs to where my clinic room was. And in my clinic room, on my desk, there was a letter. And in the letter was, by the way, we're increasing your rent.
You telling me
and your terms and conditions are changing. And so I was fucking fuming.
From the woman,
the owner. So I was like, I don't mind the rent going up, and I don't mind the terms.
But it's very aggressive the way that was done.
Yeah. If I'm in your company for half an hour and you've not mentioned it,
it's rude.
That's like, what are you doing to me? So I went down. I had to kind of keep a lid on how I was feeling.
Yeah,
but I was fuming. So like, I had a 7-day notice period. So I just
7 days.
Yeah. So I just worked my notice. I just said, look, I'm done, and because again, because I'd had the trust in when I left civil engineering, like this is what I want people who are listening, our audience, to understand. When I was a civil engineer, when I was in that industry, my annual salary was 45 grand a year.
Yeah.
My car allowance was 5 grand a year, and I was available to as much overtime as I wanted. If I, just by the nature of time, if it's been 11 years now since I've left that industry, if I just sat in that chair and did nothing, I would have got my annual increase, inflation increase,
pension and everything else.
They had one of the best pension schemes going. You know, they had they matched what you put in. You could put in 10% and they'd match it. So it's a fantastic pension scheme. My colleagues who are still work there, they're on 90 grand a year plus now. You know, doing that. Definitely. So I'd already made the leap of faith once. So in 7 days, I just thought something will happen.
Yeah.
So I just thought, I'm just going to go mobile. I had a client base. I told them all over the course of that period of week. I just said, I'm quitting here. I'm just going to go mobile. Some people are lost. Some people are, stayed with me. So then I started doing mobile sports therapy and going to people's houses. And around that time, I know this is something you want me to talk about in terms of psychedelics. So around that time,
we love a good psychedelic story.
we do like a bit of acid.
I've just took mine out. I'm waiting to peak.
Oh, God.
So around that time, I was really thinking about ayahuasca. It was like something that was really in my mind.
I remember having this conversation with you because you came around my house and you were telling me, because I'd never heard of it until you talked to me about this plant drug in Peru or whatever.
So there's this guy called Bruce Parry who did a kind of documentary on it on the BBC of all places in the early or the mid 2000s, and he did like the original what people are doing now, where you go to the jungle and with a camera, you know what I mean, and went into the jungles and shit like that. And he had ayahuasca, and now the level of awareness, everyone knows.
Everyone's talking about it.
Everyone's talking about it.
I've never even heard of it until I started this podcast. And now
the ayahuasca podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, have you getting some?
No. Critch is sat on the chair here, but when he's looking at us, he's like looking at this, really. He doesn't see you sat there. He's just seeing this. What the fuck?
That's all I've seen since I was 17.
So the funny thing was, it was in my head, ayahuasca, but I wasn't really talking about it, but it was in my head. So I'm at a client's house and we're just talking, and then he brings it up. And not only does he bring it up, he then tells me about a shaman, and he gives me the phone number. So I'm like thinking, because I didn't know how you find it, I didn't know where you go to it, and he gives me the details. So my head is blown at this point. Like, I'm like, fucking all right, okay. So I text this number. She runs sessions down in London, and I just arranged it. So at the time, so I've got a younger brother, and we were kind of had a bit of a fractious relationship at that point. We weren't really close. We've always been massively close as kids growing up, and then we had a period of time where we kind of drifted apart. And whenever we met, it was quite,
you could feel
it. Passive aggressive. Fresh, exactly, man. And so, but I told him about it, and he fancied it. So we got the train down to London. Yeah. On the train journey down, we basically kind of had it out a little bit on the train journey down, and led into the ayahuasca session. So this would have been. So my son was born in 2013. So this is something else I want to say about people who are stuck in a career and don't want it. Not only did I leave a well-paying job into the unknown, my first kid was born in 2013, and I left in 2014 with no promise of any income. I made that because I couldn't stay in that role anymore. So when people talk about, I've got a mortgage, I've got kids, I had all that. So
you took the risk.
I took the risk, and when you take the risk, it's no risk.
The universe will work with you.
The universe works with you. It just needs an element of bravery. That's all it needs. Just you make the first step, the universe takes the next 10 with you. That's how it works. So so we're having this bit of having it out on the train journey down. We turned up. So at the time, like, I'm a yoga teacher, and my wife had gone vegan, and I went vegan too. So like, they talk about the mother spirit with ayahuasca. So I'm thinking, I'm a vegan, I'm a yoga teacher. Mother Ayahuasca is just going to give me a pat on the back for being a great human. Right. So we're in this queue. So the lady who runs it, I won't say her name because she doesn't want that kind of thing going out too much. Yeah. But
well, she's a big deal, isn't she?
You got a number?
So she would. So there's different traditions. So she came from the kind of Peruvian tradition. But in Peru, where they do it, they would have like a small kind of setting, like 5 or 6 people. Yeah. She had like between 40 to 50 people in this room. It was amazing what she had. She's like a proper Londoner. Like she knew everybody. Like the lad, the lad who organised the venue where we were at was the DJ to Massive Attack. Like it was such a cool kind of. You got talking to the fella. Like everyone was so friendly, on point. Everyone was lovely in that because everyone was going for the same thing, personal transformation. And so you know like that London scene where the real London, not the fucking posh kind of shit London, where it is kind of, you know what I mean? Yeah. So
the Stormzy vibes.
Yeah, the Stormzy vibes. So she, so she had this room of like 50 people. She had like a band playing live music. So with ayahuasca, they have something called Icaros, which accompany the journey. Icaros is the sacred chanting. So it's Peruvian chanting that goes along with the drink. Yeah. The magic of the Icaros is that the vibration of the music takes you on the journey along. So the shaman is like the conductor, and then she's conducting the band, and you're having your experience. And so just like me and you could be sat at, let's say, a Stormzy gig, and you could be having one vibe, and I could be having another vibe, but it's still a Stormzy gig. So that's that kind of thing with our ayahuasca thing. You know, we're taking the same brew, but we're having different journeys. But the music is the kind of conduit that takes you through the process. And so I'm in this queue and like thinking, Mother Ayahuasca is going to give me a pat on the back. And she's eyeing everybody up and measuring out your dose. So I'm like hearing 10, 20, 30, kind of all this kind of... When she gets to me, she says 40. So I'm thinking, that must be because like I'm a level 4. You know what I mean? I'm like, I must be... So she gives... I had 40 mil at the time. At the time, I didn't know what this meant, but she gave me 40 mil of this brew. Ayahuasca is like something you have never tasted or ever really want to taste again. And the smell of it does not leave you. The smell of it is like... It's one of those weird smells that you kind of like, it's like a sour sweet, you know what I mean? It's like, it has a bit of enjoyment, but it's horrific. So I had this brew, go lie down. The fucking journey was horrible.
What's good, just before we get, because I want someone to explain it, because we've had a couple of people on, but we never really get right. So basically now, so she's give you a little cup full of like night dayness. That's what it's like. And then so then you've got your own like place, your own like where you can lie down.
That's it.
Right, okay. So you've took a swig of it. Yeah. You've took it.
Yeah.
And you're feeling fine at that point. And then you go lie down.
That's it.
And then just talk us through the sensations and the feelings and what happens. What happens?
So the pace of it...
I want to know everything.
Yeah, the pace of it varies
just
between...
in case.
Before he does it.
The pace of it varies between the person. What I understand now from then is that the more you're able to let go, the quicker it happens. So the more you kind of resist it, the harder. Yeah, right. Okay. So, although I am a psychonaut, I would in a sense, I am not someone who advocates psychedelics because set and setting are the most important thing. And a lot of people just do it for shits and giggles. And that is not the way to do it.
Yeah, you need respect for it.
You've got to have respect for it. So that's why I would never advocate it. Even though the benefits of it are incredible, I would never advocate it. So for me, so we all had a little area. We all had like sleeping mats, camping mats down and sleeping bags, and you kind of lie down. So it took maybe half an hour, 45 minutes for it to kick in. The ayahuasca, so the root of it is DMT. A DMT hit lasts about 10 to 15 minutes. Ayahuasca as a brew lasts between 6 to 8 hours. So it prolongs it. It's a long time to be.
That's like a proper double dip strawberry acid.
Completely.
Microdot.
Yeah. It's a serious thing. Like it's why it's something that you want to be prepared. I mean, when we did the ayahuasca, she sent an email with a diet leading up to it as well, and the diet was like as clean as you could be. It was like almost vegan. It was also things like no salt, You couldn't have salt in the diet and stuff like that. No alcohol. If you smoke, no smoking. No, if you were on prescription medication, if you could tailor it down.
Try and get your body clean.
Try and get your body clean for it. So, like, I'd had this brew, and I'm thinking, like I say, I'm going to get a pat on the back, and it was horrendous. The experience was horrendous. And I remember at one point in the experience where I wanted, like, I'm in this room and they lock the door, and I was like, I need to get out of this.
Before you get to that, though, I still want to... So, because, like, look, I took acid, right? And when I first, like, I come up and realised, fuck, right? It was like someone hitting me around the back of the head with a baseball bat. Yeah. It was a proper whack, right? It was like my fucking head blew off my shoulders, right? But when you take the ayahuasca, so, like... No, so another thing is, anyone who's had an operation, right, when the anaesthetist is putting you to sleep, he says, all right, sing Bar Bar Black Sheep or whatever. Right, I don't know if you can say that these days. And what's called, but anyway, what's called, or count to 10, right? And then you go like, 1, 2, and you never get, and then you're asleep kind of thing. Is that what happens with ayahuasca?
So the music... like leads you into it. So the music, the start of it, it's like it has a lullaby-esque, because it's got a shake of the shh, and there's kind of
trancey.
No, I wouldn't describe it as trancey. It's very indigenous. It's not trancey at all. Actually, you're not talking about trance music, are you? You mean trance in terms of that?
Well, yeah, because I've took like prescription medication in the past, and there's been some kind of trance music going on.
Would that be the stuff like over the counter at Morrison's?
No, they took off the shelf now. But so the music's took me into the trip.
Okay,
So, but it's usually the trance, but sometimes it's affected me in a negative way as well, because that repeating pattern has started messing with my head while I've tried to break that pattern.
I think what I was trying to get at was, is your body feeling a bit woozy? Is your vision starting to
So her tradition is done in the darkness, so there's no lights on. So it's all. Well, her tradition is the tradition of shitting yourself, basically. They want it to be the darkest element. So you're facing your darkness.
You're facing your fears.
You're facing your fears. They want it to be that way.
Right.
And so I can see the power of that now.
Yeah.
And you kind of feel it coming on, like anything really. You feel it coming on slow. You start to feel it in your body a little bit. Maybe you start to yawn, kind of get a bit relaxed. The main thing that's kind of, I'd say, the similar thing is that you start to see some visions. You start to see sacred geometry, that kind of thing. Really? You start to see the patterns of stuff like that. And so what was interesting for me is that I would see the patterns whether my eyes were closed and my eyes were open. It was kind of both visual in both sides. She kind of we just got led through this journey, and like I say, for me it was that. For me, although I said 2008 was the start of the turning point, this was like the point of my story where the ego, where I kind of overcome myself in a big step.
Was it scary though, because obviously if you wanted to leave the room,
can you share the story with us? Like when you was on it?
So I mean, she was amazing. Like,
because I love hearing stories of other people suffering. I get off on it as long as it's not me.
So she had a. I mean, there were so many teaching points. So she had a room of helpers, and she said, at any point, if you need help, ask for it. I couldn't ask for help. The one thing they tell you about ayahuasca is obviously they say you're gonna you can puke and you can shit yourself. That's what they say to you. So in my head, I'm like, I don't want to puke. I don't want to shit myself. When it came on, the voice that. So a voice coming in your head, that's not you. Distinctly not your voice.
Really?
You hear another voice. I heard another voice. And this voice basically said, if you think you've got any control of this journey, you are 100% wrong. If I want you to shit yourself and puke, it will happen.
That'll be like that, me shit.
But on this occasion, that won't happen to you. I'm gonna allow you not to have that.
Wow.
But you have no control over it, basically. So,
do you think that's... Sorry, I don't interrupt you.
No, cool.
Do you think that might be like your subconscious mind or the real you talking
to you? Is it another dimension? Is it something going on in another dimension?
So the way I see psychedelics now, and this is where it can... So the easiest, the less the most friendliest version of getting into your true nature is meditation.
Yeah.
The kind of little booster, little kind of on the game of Mario Kart, whatever, you know what I mean, is psychedelics. And what psychedelics does, so you've got a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere of your brain, and the left is the logical side, the masculine side, and the right is the feminine, intuitive side. Right, yeah. So we live in a time which is purposefully, I feel, been left-sided to suppress the right side. Yeah. What psychedelics does is it quietens down the left side of your brain and allows you access to the right side, your intuition. And so the more you're able to relax, the more that I feel the voice of the creative voice can access your psyche. I would 100% believe, because I've had that experience away from psychedelics through just meditation. I've had that same experience. That's great. So I know that now it's not. It was if it was just through psychedelics, then you could attribute it to that. But it's not through that. I've had it without that. So I know it's a realism. One of the things that I experienced in it was that we were all. It was like all of humanity was around a campfire, all of us, and all of us were sharing our story, and all our stories were equally important, and the creator was able to hear all our stories and hold all our stories all at once, because that's what the creator can do. Yeah. And so I could feel like I'm in this room, and there's definitely elders there. Oh, wow. And within that space, I could feel the presence of like elders. It's getting me emotional talking about it. It's making me emotional talking about it.
So ancestors as well, and you're all...
You know what she said, the lady who runs the thing? She said, when you take this journey, you are healing your whole ancestral line,
I've heard
whole
this before,
ancestral lineage. And that is such a truism that I see that not only through the psychedelic aspect, but through self-improvement. Every human, when you are manifested in this world, you get an opportunity to change your whole family. Yeah, your family.
Yeah, you can be the change.
Yeah, you can be the change. Yeah. And life gives you that opportunity. Every time it's giving that opportunity. And the choice you have is whether you repeat your history. So if your granddad was an alcoholic, and your dad was alcoholic, I can choose to be alcoholic, or I can break that pattern. Yeah. I can be the change for my, my story, for my family lineage. Yeah. And so in that space, I could feel like everyone's stories are like being held at the same moment, and we're all healing together. And this is the thing, like a little bit of like where I am today compared to where I was then. Like I can see when I go back to the subtlety of conversation, when you talk, you create your opposite. So my problem, although I'm down with the truther movement, when you say you're a truther part of the truther movement, you are creating. I know that I know, you are creating it. You're creating your opposite. Yeah. So the problem is then, it's like if you're the good guy, you need to have a bad guy. Otherwise,
it's duality, isn't it?
Yeah. Otherwise, a good guy doesn't exist. Yeah. So I'm more careful with my language because and because I know how quickly it can happen,
and also that the fact that we know you can create your reality, and that's what worries me about. Like, so if you think the end of the world or World War III, which, let's be honest, the cabal and all the rest of it, that's what they want you to believe, you will create it.
This is what I enjoy about what Linda... Go on, sorry, mate.
No, they want that, though, don't they? They're putting it in consciousness so people in mass are creating World War III.
Yeah. That's what I enjoyed about what Linda Scott... She told a real truth there, where... Because, like they say, the 1%, control it. So they know that they've not got the majority. So what they need to do is let us do the work for them.
Exactly.
And so by putting it in the zeitgeist,
and
by
they're good at it.
They're
bloody good at it.
I mean, this is the thing.
They're good at playing the game.
I mean, hats off to them, because they understand it. What I would say is that what the problem is that they're unconscious, because they can't see how it can work for all of us. Because the problem that they will have is that if they won't, but if they succeed in reducing the population, the problem that they will face, every one of them, is their ego is so big, and they'll end up fighting themselves.
They'll end
up eating themselves.
Yeah, it's a universal law there.
But the only thing is, it depends on
how deep... There can only be one king.
Depending on how deep you want to go. you don't know if they're being ruled by the lowest of the lowest of dark forces, do you?
But here's my thing with that, Kev, is that isn't it amazing? Because what they are doing is helping us all
wake up.
Wake up. So this is what I feel now.
The veil.
What I feel now is that humanity is moving out of its adolescence phase, and that's the pain now, because we're in this phase where, you know, Kevin from like back in the day with what's his name from Kevin Perry. You know, we're reaching that pain like where we realise we have to fucking mature, we have to grow up, and it's painful because growing up, as us three know, you know, to go back to when you were living with your mum and dad and your bills were paid, you know, you haven't worried about bills, you could just go on the piss, you know, that was a nice time, but then, you know, there's a point where you've got to own it.
But the old age of Aquarius is self-responsibility, isn't it? And I think, I mean, that started back in 2012, I think, or something like that. But you could, and so we're well into it now. We're a good, because, you know, these things are spread out over many years. But we are well into. You know,
I doubt that even the general population couldn't deny that things are very, very different.
But
now.
just as we have to, as individuals, take responsibility, the negative has to take responsibility for its actions. And I think this is where we will see the collapses of society, the collapses of banks, the veil being dropped, and the true. It's like you wouldn't be surprised now if someone come on about any certain well-known person and it comes out they're a bad one.
I think what we're dealing with, though, is we're dealing with an arrogance, though, because if we're dealing with someone who's, say, a Satanist, if you want to class them as Satanists, and they believe that they're serving this negative entity. That negative entity doesn't give a flying fuck about them anyway.
No,
so the universal law is going to come back on them.
Do you know once they've done a deal or they've sold the soul, there's no going back, is there? So let's be honest. They think now that, first of all, they like this Saturn world, this satanic world. They want never-ending riches and fame. But there will come a time as they get older, right? It don't matter how much red juice you drink to try and keep you young, right? There will come a time where they'll think, fuck, I'm getting closer to where, and they know where they're going.
Of course they do.
Right?
They know exactly where they're
so
going.
now it's like a rat here. It's like, so what am I going to do to stop the inevitable? See, these things, and in their head, they've probably think they've got a special place at the table.
They will do. It's the arrogance, though.
But
there is no table for them.
They just get killed and wiped out. But this is this is a good analogy, really. So like when you get your do-gooders. So you go on Facebook and there's always one either, right? Who's they'll write a stupid message like, "Oh, I'm only going to give you 4 stars out of 5" or something. Right. But the thing is, they don't realise that they're doing the work, thinking they're doing this like I'm a goody two shoes, but no, you're actually being I don't know how to put the words, but afterwards, when you finish doing what you think's good work, you're going to get a bullet in the head as well, kind of thing.
But they're unconscious, that kind of
but they're part of the problem. It's like this, the 15-minute cities. So you got people coming out now who's saying your car call come past here, you know, and they think they're doing a good public service.
So here's what I would say is that they are doing a public service because they are pushing people.
They're pissing people off.
People are waking up.
We've seen it within this country. One of the biggest mobilisations within this country happened when the fuel prices. Remember when the fuel prices went up and all the lorry drivers came out.
That's right.
What it takes for the mass to mobilise. I know we complain about the sheeple and all that kind of stuff, but when it comes to your money in your pocket and your mortgage and things like that, that's when sheeple wait. I don't like using that. But that's when
I prefer NPCs.
I like that one too.
No, you're right. And when it's
I would say they are doing the work of it, and
everyone's playing a part. No matter what.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Like where I am now is that I believe in oneness. I don't see any other truth than that.
Yeah.
If I believe in oneness, I don't believe in oneness. I know oneness.
Yeah.
So if I know oneness, then that energy has to be part of it. The satanic energy.
You have felt it, though.
That has to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing with the ayahuasca. one of the benefits of doing it in the dark is that you come face to face with your fears, because the only thing that ever stops you is you. It's the only thing. There's no other truth than that. That is the only obstacle. And when you get over yourself, then
letting go, innit?
Yeah. You know,
I struggle with it, me. Yes, I do, honestly. I struggle with letting go, and I think it's because when I took acid when I was a kid, I had such a bad time. I hate that thing of losing control, and because part of me thinks, hey, I wonder if I did ayahuasca, I wonder what would happen, or what I'd see.
One of the things, Avik, I'm going to start calling you Avik now.
Avik, get his name right, come on. People have been getting it wrong for 30 years.
One of the things for Kev is, right, he's an unbelievably talented medium, right?
Okay.
But there is a fear element which has just stopped Kev going to that next level. There's something just stopped it. There is a fear. There's just letting go of that, whatever
I've had on my own journey, I've had to come across a few really negative encounters and dark and things that have not been very nice. Scared the fuck out of me. And so what I tend to do is I'll give someone like a reading, but what I do is it's almost like I'm doing it from like the early bits. I don't really go as like sometimes like I'll not even tell people how much I could tell them.
Here's a question: Would you let's say it's with Ant, someone you trust and feel comfortable with?
He doesn't trust me.
I just don't know. And also because this is the thing with mediumship. Mediumship's a funny thing because we could sit here, right, and I could say, all right, let's see what I'm getting. And absolutely nothing could happen.
Yeah.
So all I do is I'll just be honest with them and say, look, I'm not getting fuck all. Right? But then also our energy works in funny ways. So I could end up seeing stuff or telling you stuff and you might go, that makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. But I know, because of my past experience with it all, there will be a reason why I've just seen what I've seen. Right? It might not even actually be for you. It might actually be for some of what's going to be happening around us.
It might be you.
Like I remember, so we had a girl in the office here a few weeks back and we was just chatting. And so basically, I was writing down on a piece of paper some little things what I was getting for her. And one was, it was a key. And then the next thing was a set of scales, and the other thing was 2 horses. Right. But when I was seeing these 2 horses, it was almost like the one horse was on top of the other horse. Right. Not in a sexual way.
But all I'm thinking is Animal Farm now.
we keep coming back to Peter and Bourne.
It's a terrible film, that.
It was hard to explain, but it was almost like they were like just stuck on top of each other. Okay. Right. Anyway. Right. So I only can trust what I was seeing in my image, in my mind. Right. Now the great thing is symbology, if you like, is very significant. Right. So like horses by nature anyway mean grace, and there's a lot to so it's a lot to do with it and things like that. But anyway, I'm not looking at it from that angle. But later that evening, I went for a walk with my missus. We just went for a walk around the block, if you like. And we did decide that night to take a different route as well. Yeah. Right, so we cut through like this little walk, park bit. Anyway, earlier on in the walk, I stopped at the road. There was a car coming, and as I looked down, there was a key at my foot. Right. So and my missus said, "What?" She'd started to cross, and she said, "What are you doing?" And I went, "Do you know a bit like that deja vu?" It was just like, what, a key? And then I thought of that earlier on in the day, and I thought, anyway, I ignored it. It was nothing significant, just a little shitty key, but it caught my attention. So of all the places to stop and look down in the road, I just happened to look down. There's a key there. Yeah. Okay. Then we carried on walking, and as we got near the end of the walk, we cut through this little park, and there was a public bin, right, just in the middle of this. A couple of benches and a bin. And as I got to the bin, I thought, what's that sticking out the bin? And there was 2 big horses, right, on top of each other, like mangled together. Right. And I just thought, who the fuck has put 2 horses in a bin? Right, these 2 big toy plastic horses. Right. But then I thought, I've seen the key. Now I've got the horses. Right. And then I went home, and it was still on my mind, and I just walked in the house, went upstairs, sat on the fucking loo, and as I'm looking down, I could see the set of scales, my weighing scales. Yeah, okay. Right. And I just thought, but that is the three things that and I thought, now, I still don't understand what the significance of it all. Yeah. But what is the chance of seeing that key? Now, again, is it scripted reality, or is there something else trying to get my attention and wake me up? So this is where we talk. So we was chatting with Mark last night, weren't we? So about a month ago, right, I get a lot of messages on the bog. Now, whether that's because a lot of them are shit, I don't know. But anyway, so I'm sat there and I'm just close my eyes. It's because it's the only time when you got kids you can have a minute, eh? Yeah. And so so I'm sat there and I'm like, oh, give me some messages. What's happening? Whatever. Yeah. And straight away, just lately, I seem to be getting a lot of like taking me outside of the planet, right? Like looking at the planet from an outside perspective. Yeah. And then what I started to see was like this sonar ping. Okay. Right? And bearing in mind, this was about six weeks ago. It was a few weeks ago. Right? So I got that. Then all of a sudden I was drawn to the Barclays Bank logo. Okay. Okay? So I'm thinking like, well, we all know with political parties, two wings of the same bird. It's all bullshit and all the rest of it. So I'm thinking, oh, is it something about that? Like whatever. And then what I got was, I could see the core temperature of the earth, right? And I could feel the words and the messages saying, they're going to raise the core temperature of people's bodies, right? Now, I didn't know whether they meant the bodies of people or the bodies of the earth, like through earthquakes. But in another woman who we had on her, what's it called? I'd got HAARP. Right. Well, HAARP is
changes the weather.
Changes the weather and everything as well. Anyway, so I'd got these different messages and everything else. Since that, over the last few weeks, suddenly the news come out then saying, like, on the 22nd or 23rd of April, we're going to be sending a ping out.
Yeah. Right?
I saw that, So I thought, oh, is that connected to what I was seeing? Yeah. Then suddenly in the last few days, one of the CEOs of Barclays and everything's embroidered in all the I think it's the COVID scam and the money and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, that's interesting. Right? And then I was chatting with Mark last night and I told him what I said. And he said, Kev, the technology, that's what it does. It heats. He said it heats the core temperature up. And I'm like, whoa. So now, do you know what I mean? I'm like, am I getting...
Yeah, okay.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, so like, but this is the thing, but now what I do is I tend to hold back and I don't... Yeah. Like even in meditation, I don't let myself go. Yeah. Like now, because I could write stuff down, loads of stuff what I get, but half the time I'm just thinking, I could be arsed. Yeah. So you know what I mean?
So isn't it, I mean, that's an interesting point where, your greatest obstacle is yourself and it's the fear, like, so we're talking about changing career. For me, life is probably showing you that it's about fucking time you took the next, because you don't know what you're suppressing. You don't know what you're holding back. You're fearful about what it's going to show you, but life is just showing you, to trust. And
it's true because the thing is, and this is like in life, so like I'm fearful, but the thing is, on the other side of fear might be the greatest thing I ever discover.
That's all there
is. But the whole the fear is holding me back from doing stuff because I'm thinking, what if it's something bad? Yeah. Now it's interesting because when Linda Scott was on, she said to me, "You got gut problems." Right. And obviously I've got a bit of a belly on me. Right. Not that big, obviously. But she said that's because you're scared of letting go. Okay. She said your gut problems are connected to. She said, and she said to me, didn't she? She went, why won't you let yourself go? Yeah. Just trust in it. Yeah. And so, like, I'm sat here talking to all these people, and I'm the biggest.
Well, here's one for you. During COVID, the lockdown, so I'm like a lot of people, like yo-yo diet and all that kind of stuff over the years. Although, I mean, I've always trained, but I could never. There was like a bit of a gut that I could never kind of shift. But during lockdown, like, I know you're not meant to say this, but I fucking really enjoyed lockdown.
Most people did. I think the first lockdown especially.
Yeah, I basically had 18 months paid off work, and as a self-employed person, that was a huge deal. My daughter was born on the Saturday when lockdown happened on the Monday, my third. So I had all of lockdown with a kid. I mean, I joke to people like, this was the first one that actually likes me.
I grafted out cleaning the pub. I was getting the pub ready.
But like, what happened is because I didn't have the financial worry and all that stuff, weight just fell away because I relaxed. Exactly. Like this gut that I was wanting to shift just fell away because I'd let go and just relaxed. Yeah. And it was miraculous because like I've been somebody who's been very obsessed with diet and eating and exercise and training, and no matter how much I've ever done, I've never managed to get it where I wanted it to look like. And all I did was do nothing. Because I didn't train during lockdown. I stopped training.
Because I've heard this before. Because so your belly might have been more of a solar plexus issue. Yeah, like your energy, you know what I mean? Not actually
chakra.
The physical and the. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like, and then because Louise Hay and Ayos, this is good. So in Heal Your Life, there's a load of symptoms that are connected to issues in your life. Now, I fell down the stairs years ago, and I broke my coccyx. I had hernias on the bottom of my spine. But in Heal Your Life, it explains all your back issues are to do with your spiritual state with finance.
Okay.
That you struggle. So back issues were linked with struggling with money and your relationship with money.
That's very true. I was the same. I struggled with my back.
Right.
My back. Well, the same.
And it's only afterwards you can look at it. Yeah. Because the thing is, I struggled for years, but as soon as I started doing The Secret and stuff started changing in my life, I've not had back issues for years.
Yeah.
And I've been carrying critch for ages now.
I'm not very heavy though.
Well, no, he's not very heavy.
It's just expensive.
I could probably carry both of you. Yeah.
I am very expensive.
He's got expensive taste.
That beard doesn't manage it itself, does it?
Crikey, he's like the film Pretty Woman. He's Julia Roberts.
Do you mind if I ask you, this ayahuasca moment though? You were saying there was a lot of fear.
Yeah.
So what is it that made you frightened? Was it the fact that you were stuck in a 6 to 10 hour trip with the doors locked, dark and facing your shadow, or the fact that there was something going on that was frightening?
That the second. The time wasn't really an issue.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that, as you say, you lost control. You're not in the driving seat for that period of time.
Right.
So and the way the music and the journey was going, made it really dark. And so I had so many teaching moments within there that I can see that was so huge for me. Like I say, I was carrying this ego that I didn't realize that I had, that I needed to overcome.
I never knew you had an ego, I must admit. I never would have felt
well,
that you had that ego.
I guess, within the spiritual field, a lot of spiritual people have the biggest ego you can come across. As you will have spoken about, meeting.
What are you pointing at me for? I'm like Quasimodo. My ego on my back's like a fucking... it's a lump.
But you know what I mean? When you're in the spiritual world, you meet a load of charlatans, who are just trying to squeeze it. Definitely. And they're just, so... I'm probably someone who suppressed maybe elements of it, or just hit it better than most, I guess. So there was a point where I thought I need to get out of this room, and then the voice was saying like, I'm in you now. Where do you think you can go where I won't be?
No way.
If you go outside, I'm in you. Yeah. If you go, back home, I'm in you. You're not going. You're not getting. There's nowhere to go. And that was an earth-shattering moment for me.
That is deep.
Yeah, that was an earth-shattering moment for me, because then it's like you can't escape yourself.
Yeah.
I mean,
of course you can't.
That's the thing. That's like the people at home. The people who are listening, ourselves included, we all have an element of duality. We've got a voice in our head and so when that voice is intense, when that voice is telling you you're not good enough, when your skin, your relationship, that voice is so intense. It's intense because you can't escape it.
Yeah.
That's why it's intense. Yeah. Because you cannot escape yourself. So this gave me that real teaching.
You had to face.
I have to face myself. And so, fuck. What's scarier than that?
At that point, would it not have just been easier to go, I'm just going to throw up and shit myself? In fact, what I'm thinking is now, so if I was looking around the room and everyone was shitting themselves and throwing up, I'd be like, that's their ego. That's their ego coming out.
What was so amazing about it is there's 50 people in the room, and so
that's a lot of shit.
So people, you get told the part of the prep. You bring your own bucket.
I've heard,
You bring your own bucket. So I'm hearing people puking all around you, and the weird thing was when the music would kind of peak to an intensity, you'd hear people puke. And so they'd say it's like a purge. And what I felt anyway, is that the healing that they were doing was for the benefit of everybody. They were healing stuff for me, like I was healing stuff for them. No so that way. Element of interconnectivity was just visceral. Yeah. It was just there.
It sounds like an amazing bonding.
It is, mate. Honestly, I mean, like, she runs these amazing sessions where at the end she'd have like an ayahuasca disco. So she'd then change the music to like,
sick.
Like a 90s rave.
Chunks everywhere.
42nd Street.
But then she'd change the vibe of it. When everyone would finish the journey together and overcome this huge thing, then you'd kind of have a relax and have a bit of fun. But there were two moments for me that were massive there were three actually. So when I was teaching yoga, one of the huge elements of teaching yoga is breathing. So I'm teaching breathing, but I'm not practicing breathing. A bit like what you were saying about with manifestation. Yeah. So I'm teaching people how to breathe well, but I'm breathing poorly. And so what was happening to me as the peak and trough of the journey was coming, and it was happening quite rapidly, what would happen is at the peak of it, I would end up holding my breath. And when I'm holding my breath, it got intense, really intense. Then a voice would say, now breathe out. And at the moment, the music would drop and I'd breathe out.
So you were being guided?
And when I breathed out, I was so relaxed. And it repeated it over and over and saying, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to learn for yourself. How can you teach something that you're not mastering? So like these are elements. And this is the thing with psychedelics, is like, the gift and the curse that they give you is that the gift is it gives you a vision of your future self. The curse is that it's a future self. It's not the present. So then in a week's time, when you fall back into your old habits, you know what I mean? That's when the work comes in. That's what they say, the work comes in. So you get this amazing glimpse of what you can be, your potential, but then it takes it away, as the journey ends. So that was one thing that I got, about that. The second thing I got was an element of like transcendence where, so I'm riding this bull and it's a huge black bull and it was it was trying to book me off, like trying to get me off its back and doing all the thing a bucking bronco should do. And then I realized that the bull was like my lower animal self, and the potential for every human is that you can ride that bull, you can ride. And then when that happened, when I understood that, in the trip, I'm going, woohoo! Yeah, come on. I had people coming over telling me to shut up because like, I'm like,
yeah, baby.
Yeah, honestly.
Back to the porn and pizza.
Whoa. And the third thing, which is something that I never expected to happen. So I'm seeing this mountain.
Yeah.
And at the top of the mountain is
proper vivid
mountain. And at the top of the mountain is a bright white light. Yeah. And at the white light, out of it is a hand and the arm and it's Jesus, right? And so there are people at the top of the mountain, and all Jesus needs to do at this moment, because they're so close, is pull them up. But he makes a choice. Instead of helping those at the top, he goes right down to the bottom, where it's making me emotional talking about this.
Yeah,
he goes into the darkness where people don't see the light. And then my relationship to this man changed. Like I saw him more than a story. Yeah. Most people hear about Jesus, as a story, nothing real. And for them, like now it's like Jesus. It means something different to me now. He's like,
The Christ consciousness is so pure and unbelievable, isn't it?
And it's to pull people from the bottom.
From the bottom.
But the thing is also that respect of that, he could have took the easy option, but he went and got the...
He could have took the easy option.
And that's the sacrifice.
That's the sacrifice. Yeah. Like going to the gutter, speaking to the man, the woman on the gutter, who is lying, who sees no exit. There's no light in their life. He chose to see them rather than help the ones at the top. The ones at the top are almost there. He could have pulled them up. It was so clear. Like he could have they were at the gates.
But to be fair, that's a bit like the Drake Michigan project, because I could have had someone good work with me. but I thought, I'm just going to go to the bottom of the pit. I'm just going to get the shitty stuff of the shit. And when I say shit, I mean shit. And I found Anthony. And I thought, I'm going to give him a little...
And it only took one phone call.
And I've regretted it ever since. But that's fucking estate. So, but I mean, so during this journey, is that like 8 hours? Was it?
Yeah. I can't remember exactly. 6 to 8 hours. I remember at that point so she has a halfway point where she asks anybody if they want to top up, and and I'm just glued to the floor. I cannot get up. Like at the end when I talk about the disco that she had, like I couldn't even get up for that. She was like, Mother Ayahuasca loves you to dance and be joyous at this point, and she's like telling everybody to come and dance. I just couldn't peel myself off the floor. It was the heaviest thing I've ever done to this day, pretty much in my life when it comes to psychedelics. Yeah. Wow. The second time, so I did it.
Have you done it more than once?
Yeah, I did it 3 times. So I did it again. Here's another thing. Like I mentioned, the brother and that train journey down.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And this is that teaching part of like, you know, how the past, the present, and the future all live together. The conversation I had with my brother was played back to me word for word, and everything that we were meant to say was said, and was said precisely how it was meant to be said in that moment. There was nothing else to be said. It was done in the right time. Right. And I got shown that. And the other thing I got shown is like, so when you talk about, you know, letting go into the journey, so I got into it quicker than my brother. And what I didn't realise is that because we're in these sleeping bags, I kind of put myself into a cocoon. I put it over my head, and my brother was worried about me. He kind of thought I was going to suffocate. So he's not letting go into his trip. He's helping me. And so, well, he thinks he's helping me, but I'm doing what I'm meant to be doing. And before he did it, I saw my brother asking me, do I need help, and pulling me out. And before he asked me, I went, I'm okay. Like,
is he an older brother?
No, a younger brother.
His younger brother.
Yeah, a younger brother. Before he said it, I knew what he was going to say. I just went, I'm okay. Yeah, honestly, it's so that. Because like when you enter spirituality, I mean, I'm going to mention this word now because what they say is like when you hear the word nirvana or enlightenment, once you hear that word, it never leaves you. That word is then planted, as a seed's planted. It may not manifest this lifetime, but in lifetime to come, that word, now it means you can't unhear it. Yeah. And so because I'm aware of all this, but I knew it intellectually. I never knew it as I believed it. I didn't know it. You know what I mean? So that was like now I knew it. It was a real. So when I got home, like after that, I just burst into tears in front of my wife, like just like I just couldn't stop crying. It was like a moment of like, yeah, it's real.
It's real.
It's real. Yeah.
Do you what's it called? So you know, like after obviously you was with your brother, but do you ever get to talk to the other people in the room about their experience? So like, I mean, because everyone would have had all different experiences.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So the people around you, you kind of you because it's 50 people, and she might tell you to get there for 3 p.m. and it might not start till 5-6 p.m. So you're kind of talking to the people around you, and the helpers are all coming round and all that kind of stuff. So you kind of, you know, getting conversations going. And the interesting part is that you'll speak to people like that you might like you're doing the podcast now. You're speaking to people that you can't imagine, like that. Basically, you're just interacting with people you just can't, you know, who'd never come across your path before. Like the guy who's the DJ for Massive Attack, you know, like, I will never meet him. You know, I would have never met him. You know what I mean? I might not meet him again, but I would have never met him if I hadn't gone down to there. And it's just, you know, that one element of synchronicity that was meant to happen happened, you know. So you do end up chatting to people, and it was funny because like I had like the darkest, harshest trip, and everyone around me have these amazing really blissful ones, and I'm like, you cunts. Like,
Oh, and have you stayed in touch with anyone who you was on there?
No, I mean apart from my brother, but no one else. I mean, you do the pass your phone number kind of thing, but those kind of things drift away.
We'll do that.
I presume your other ayahuasca moments were different.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the second one. So when I did the second one, because it was quite close to the first one, I think about maybe 6 months after, I went with the mindset where one of the biggest ones for me was not asking for help. On that ayahuasca 1, I didn't ask for help. And it created me so much pain. When ayahuasca 2 came around, I thought, even if I don't need help, I'm going to ask for help. Yeah. And I remember, like, I asked for, it kind of got intense. I didn't really need help, but I put my hand up and someone came round and we just had a hug, and it was such a beautiful moment. And what was really cool, actually, was like, so in this room that they've got, it's like a pitch black room. The only bit of light you can see is the light coming from underneath the toilet. And like during my first trip and my second trip, I kind of had this, because we all get, I mean, certainly in the yogic tradition, there's always this kind of story of like, you walk the mountains, you go to Himalaya, and that's where you get enlightened. Yeah. So like in all the darkness is one point of light. So I kept thinking to myself, like, if I go to the light, will that be it? Like, is that like, the moment of enlightenment? Mm-hmm. And then I had a real thought. I was like, yeah, but what happens if I go in there and it's just another Armitage Shanks? You know what I mean? Like, it's just another bog. Because that's the reality. You know what I mean? Because that is the reality. So, but yeah, I in that second one, I just asked for help. And since then, it's something of a hurdle of myself, because that is something we all struggle with, isn't it? Asking for help.
Definitely.
Yeah. And so, yeah, since then, it's like broken some psychological boundary where you're trying to protect yourself, where you're trying to say you're stronger than you are, where you're not letting go and surrendering. You know, it's helped me with that. So yeah, ayahuasca too. Yeah, that happened, and that's when I realised like there was different doses, because like when I had that 40 ml dose, like the second one she gave me like a 20 ml dose. Right. But I remember being so much more humble in that queue. Like leading up to it, I was like, respect for this. Yeah, this isn't like your ordinary thing. So and then the third time I did it was so like I say, there's different traditions within it, and so there's a church in Brazil that their sacrament is ayahuasca. So they have a normal church, and every Sunday they will drink a brew, and so they all dress in white and they'll sing it, and theirs is a different tradition where theirs is done in the light rather than the darkness. So I was working over in Manchester at the time, and there was a MMA BJJ studio that opened up in the basement. Yeah. And this was another synchronicity thing that happened to me, where I manifested it, basically, kind of co-created it. Like I was working in Manchester and I started training BJJ, but I'd in Wigan, but I had nowhere to train in Manchester, and it didn't work. So I was like, there was a gym downstairs that cleared out, and I was like, I'd love it if an MMA place opened up. And yeah, a week later, one opened up. And then so I thought to myself, you know what? I wonder whether they'll do a deal where if I give them free treatments, they'll give me free training. And that's what it worked out. So that's what I did, this energy exchange with them. So the main trainer, the main professor, as they call in the BJJ tradition, was a guy called Lucio. He was entering a competition. So he got like a substitute teacher, let's say, over from Brazil. And he came over. And so he came to see me for a session. And again, it wasn't something I was aiming to talk about, but he just brought up ayahuasca. And then he goes to me, I'm going drinking some at the weekend. Do you want to come? I'm like, all right, where are you doing it? I'm going to the mountains in Bolton. My first thought, where the fuck are mountains in Bolton? What mountains? And then I was like, you mean Rivy? And they're like, Little Rivy. It was like, Rivington. Yeah. So like, he went with another friend and me, and like I had this little 2-man tent, and these are like big lads who were coming to, we were all packed in this little tent, and pitched up. And in their tradition, it's very different. So instead of like this real concentrated black tar almost, they've got like a pint glass that you kind of neck. So it's the same flavour, same taste, all that kind of stuff, but I guess it's a bit diluted. Mm-hmm. But you don't benefit from it, but it wasn't how I would have wanted it to do. So this third time, like the guy who was kind of gave us the Brazilian guy, he was putting Icaros on YouTube, and then like 20 minutes in, as YouTube does, an ad would pop up. You're like, do you want to fly EasyJet? You know what I mean? So as you're going deep, and it's just like this is getting programmed into my head. Yeah. So it was a bit that was kind of
professional setup.
Yeah, more of that's what I mean. Like setting is so important. But going back to number 2, when I did it with the shaman. I mean, this is where I've realised like how quickly thought process and mirroring can happen. So I'm in this headspace. I'm thinking, okay, in this space, I can manifest anything, can't I? So I thought to myself, I want £1 million. I want £1 million. And the shaman, to nobody in particular, said, "Don't be greedy."
Did it?
Yeah, she just said it. She just said, "Don't be greedy." She wasn't talking to me. Yeah, but she was just said it, and it just like that spontaneity came out, and
that's so bonkers.
Honestly, and that stuck with me ever since then. Where how you were saying like, you take what you need and then you share. Yeah. That's that element of like flow, you know, and so...
I only say that when people
Yeah, that's it, mate. That's it. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I don't say that behind the scenes. Fuck this shit. Ching ching.
That's one of those Macron moments where you take off the expensive watch, innit?
Yeah.
yeah.
It's all in my bank account, baby.
yeah.
That's I've never met a shaman, so we've got one we're going to meet soon, aren't we?
Well, yeah, we're looking for the right person really to come on.
But
onto
like you, that shaman who would have been there. It'd be interesting to know like what they're feeling and you know what level they're on or what they're getting.
So from what I understand, is that they go through a shaman, you know, university course. You know what I mean? Because she had a trainee person with her, and they take like a kind of half dose, so they're kind of in the zone but not completely. So they're kind of half and half, so it gives them a level to kind of control situations. So because she doesn't, the person controlling it doesn't be having a bad trip or you know full blown in their own trip. You want to be able to you know manage the process and help people. I remember, so she does healings within it, and she gets a lot of people who've had severe trauma, like rape victims and physical assault victims, and so she'll bring them to the front. And I remember once she brought this young, I don't know if she was young, but she brought a girl to the front, and she said, "This healing is for all of us." You know, that was the feeling you got, like all the healing was for all of us. You know, like you'd be a fool to believe that somewhere in your ancestral line nobody did anything horrific, right? Yeah. So you know that when she said that trauma is somewhere in line. So by witnessing it, you're helping that trauma. And it was interesting. So she was doing the incantation, calling the spirits, and I saw a fucking spirit. Like, so this is, for me, was really interesting. Is like, although I've grown up in this yoga tradition, and not only that, I became an engineer, so the logical part of my mind was very strong, you know, so that was very dominant for me. So like...
You're very educated.
Very educated as well. And so, but seeing is believing, and I saw a spirit. And so in the yogic tradition, there's a female deity called Kali. Yeah. So she's the kind of wrathful personification of the female energy. So you've got a beautiful female energy, attractive, loving mother energy, and then there's the wrathful side. And so she was there in the room when this healing was going on with this lady who'd been raped. I think that's what happened. Yeah. And so I remember like seeing it, and like once I saw it, I couldn't take my eyes off it then. So I'm looking at it, and I knew it was Kali. Like for me, that's what it represented anyway. Yeah. And so she then looks at me. And so the element with deities is that because they've got 360 vision, they're doing the task, but also looking at everyone else. Yeah. So she's looking at me, and then she's saying to me, "You're looking at me." Only someone who...
I think that's when people shit themselves.
Well, she said, you're looking at me. And then she was like, "You have to be brave to look at me." Wow. I couldn't unlock my eyes then, and I'm hearing.
Did you not say to her then, "Mum, my name does mean brave warrior"?
Well, funnily enough, that for me was part of my journey of accepting my name.
Yeah. I am Avik.
Yeah. That was a big part for me to accept like who I am. Yeah. Amazing. So, and then she came over. And then she came over and did like an internal check, and she was like...
The spirit come over, or the woman?
That spirit came over, went inside me, did like a little checkup, and like, okay, she said something like, okay, you've done your reading, okay, you're doing the work, and then she kind of left and something like that. But it was a real, it was...
Wow.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've had a quick tea break and a quick slash.
You did one.
Yeah. What's it called? Because time flies.
It really does.
How exciting are these podcasts? They're just ace, aren't they?
I look forward to Mondays.
And we say it every week. I'm sure the guests are getting better and better
all the time.
And we just say that while you're here.
Yeah, exactly.
We say it to the next person.
That means Andy Barlow's not going to be too happy then, is he?
No. That was weeks ago.
Looking back, he was a very, very weak guest. Right. Well, so let's get back to with your story. So you've gone through the whole yoga. You've gone personal training and personal sessions of yoga.
Yeah.
Right. And was you married at this point as well?
Yeah. So married in 2008.
Yeah.
Still married. When I went to do ayahuasca the first time, I mean, it's one of the things where, obviously, when you find that relationship, you know it's a good relationship because the support is unwavering.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of partners, if the husband decided to quit a really well-paying,
you get pressure,
good job, you know, they'd be like, "What are you doing?" And you know, so, but with my wife Claire being on the spiritual path herself, she recognised it as a need. Like in 2012, when we went to that I Can Do It festival, and I turned to her and said, "I need to quit my job." She was like, "Yeah."
That's fantastic.
Yeah, there was no questioning.
I'm hoping one day I can meet, someone really special.
Someone really special. Yeah.
So if they're listening and they're watching, I'm still searching for that special person.
Do you want me to edit that out?
No, I can leave that. I mean, I've been with my missus 26 years, but I'm not saying she's the one. It's the one I've got. No, we're solving. She'll not find that funny either, by the way. But what's called? So no, because we got to the restrictions, and you just had a baby.
Yeah.
So COVID and that actually come at a really good time for you.
Yeah, I mean, like that was leaping forward a little bit. I mean, if I can just go back to some of the ayahuasca stuff, just the pertinent parts of it.
Yeah.
So like in my second trip, which we did with the shaman, not in the mountains in Bolton. On that occasion, next to me were these four gay guys. And so what you realise when you're in that space is that the people who are around you, they also affect and you learn from them.
It's energy, though.
It's an energy thing. So the truth of what I heard, so like it's an interesting thing. We're in the year 2023, right? Yeah, 2023.
I think so.
And so if a gay sportsman comes out, it's still a story.
Yes.
And so there has to be a time when we've got to question that, like, why is it still a story?
Well, yeah.
So what I learnt from the fact of these guys who are gay next to me is that we as a human race need to see people taking brave steps. Mm-hmm. We need it as a teaching.
Yeah.
And there is no braver step than coming out by saying you are different in whatever way you are.
Yeah.
And so that's why it is still news. That's why it's still important for humans to hear it.
I mean, evolution, isn't it? To push other people forward.
To push other people to take brave steps. Because as much as now it's so much easier now to come out, isn't it? Like now I imagine in Generation X or whatever they're called now, I imagine most of them have like gay people within their social circles. So now it's easier. But the question, why is it still a story, is because some people need to viscerally see someone being brave, and not everyone sees the story of someone going to war as being brave, or whatever it is. For some people, bravery is saying to their family, to their friends, I'm different, and I've been suppressing this for so long, and so I got that from them, and I remember like having a real moment, like thanking them, like they were doing their journey, their story for everyone. They were holding that onto their shoulder, because all people who are gay will all say they were born gay, weren't they? It was
I believe so.
So if that's the case, then it's an energy choice, not a preference when you're born. It's like it's come with me. It's not a decision. I've not just decided, today I'm going to be. You know what I mean? It's so we as a species still need to see big acts of bravery. So that's what I got from the second journey. Because the first one was huge teachings, and the second one, what the cool thing about doing it so close to the first one was that I could see areas where I kind of leveled up and changed a little bit. Like with the breathing part, by the time the second one came around, I realised like I really need to work on my breathing. And so not just talk the talk. So I made steps, to change towards that. And the third time, so the two lads who I went with, they'd kind of came off their trip, and I was still kind of peaking in it. Yeah. But it was like midnight and we needed to kind of wrap up and go home. So we'd all drove to Rivy. And so like those two lads went off in their car and I'm in mine. And it's pitch black. And you know, I was talking about how quickly manifestation can happen when your head. So like when I spoke about the time when I thought about, I've not had a racist thing and that white van drove past. Yeah. And I talk about that time let me do £1 million and then I got told don't be greedy. Yeah. I remember being high as a fucking kite in the car driving back from Bolton to Croston we were living at the time, thinking I hope I don't see any police. And the moment I had that thought, boom, police car, and they were looking at me and I'm looking at them and I'm thinking I have to get this thought out of my head now, otherwise this is not going to be a great journey. And even though the experience was different, I'm not being led by a shaman, it was still really intense. And the one thing and it's interesting that because ayahuasca is not a synthetic psychedelic like LSD, it's a natural one. Mm-hmm. So when you generally try and do it in nature, but I had this when I was back, driving back home, I wanted to see some concrete. Like I felt like security. I wanted that security of seeing like high streets and homes and concrete. I was like, I don't want to see the green. It was too kind of too overwhelming for me. And I remember at one point when I drove past Wigan Hospital, and I remember driving past the hospital, and up to that point it felt like very light, and then all of a sudden this dark energy came. Just basically the travelling distance it took me to drive past the hospital, just this dark black energy that was kind of over the hospital. I guess an element of that would be death. I guess an element of that would be sickness and death. An element of that would be the healthcare and the way we over medicalize shit and stuff like that. And I guess a lot of that would be trauma that people are dealing with in there. But it was really strange. Like literally, it was like, imagine you driving in a car. Imagine you were driving a car and it's like bright sunny day, and then you just drive through fog and then you come out of it. It was like that. It was as quick as that, really. So that was the third time that I did it, and I've never been back to it since. But so in 2017, so my second child was born, my daughter, Maya, and it was what happened then is that we were living in a 1-bedroom apartment in Winstanley in Wigan, and we had a second baby, come, and we needed a bigger place. And so I'm self-employed. I don't have the income that I had when I was an engineer, and we're thinking but we need a bigger place. We can't do this here. So we thought we can't get a mortgage. We're going to have to rent. So we're looking for places, and we put our house up for sale, our apartment up for sale, and we're trying to find somewhere. And the rental market it's just shit. There's so crap properties on there, and as well as I do, when you look on the estate agents' websites, they do all the clever photos. You look at this place that was done up in 10 years ago, and you come and it's a shithole. And we were looking at all these properties, and we were getting to the point where our house was going to sell and we had nowhere to move. I mean, the thing about our house sale, which was mad, is that when we put it up for sale, our two doors down was renting. And when the board went up, she came and knocked and said, and so the deal was done on that day, because she was already living in the same kind of apartment. So she was like, well, I know what it's like. I know the area. So let me buy it. So it happened so quickly. So we had the offer in place as the board went up. So we had the kind of due date when we were due to leave. So at the time, I'd left Studio One where I was doing the sports therapy, and I was mobile. And my lecturer who taught me sports therapy, he had a clinic over in Manchester. So I was in a bit of a dip, and a bit of a low place, and I went to him for a treatment. I'd done a hamstring injury, and he said, do you fancy working here a couple of days? I can't promise you clients, but you can build yourself up here. So I'm going over to him, I'm thinking happy days, because he had a really successful clinic, and I thought I can build this up here. But like anything building, it's slow, and no one knew me there. And he was drip feeding me a couple of clients, but driving into city centre Manchester, you're paying £10 for the day parking. You've got your fuel price, your fuel on top of that. And I might be seeing one client a day, but I might be there for 8 hours. And I had this moment when I was like, I'd left and I was my lowest, and I was in the back street in Manchester going to my car, and I don't really pray, but I kind of prayed, and I said, I will do whatever it takes, God. You give me it, and I will do whatever it takes. And so when my daughter was, so that was a few months previous to my daughter being born. When my daughter was born, and we had this kind of like 2-week period where the house was coming up, and we had to, the house was due to be sailed, and we had to leave. We were doing all the things, and we've got 2 cats, and all the places that were decent were saying no pets. So we were struggling, and then me and my wife Claire, we had this moment. It was like, you know what can we do? We've just got to let go of this. When we let go, I've got the timing a little bit wrong. When we let go, on the Thursday my daughter was born. On the Friday, one of our best friends said, we've got this house that we want to let out. You know, do you want it? In Croston. It was a beautiful space. Thursday, Friday, and on a Saturday, the guy whose clinic I was working at said, I'm moving to Canada. I'm going to work over there with the Canadian Olympic team. Do you want my clinic? So in 3 days, I had a baby, a home, and a new business.
Let it go, baby. Let it go.
You know, on the Saturday of that week, and before, leading up to that week, that was the day when we had this moment where we thought we just got to let it go. We had a pizza. We just chilled out. We thought we can't keep thinking about this.
Yeah.
And then as quickly as that, this is what I mean. Like for the people at home who are. I only want to talk to the person who's ready now to make the change. When you make the change, this is what happens. And then it becomes not miraculous, it becomes normal. You know, essentially you become expectant for it. You don't think like, oh shit, a bill's come through. You know, I need to find 500 quid now. You just think a bill's come through. I've not got 500 quid, but 500 quid will come.
It will come.
It'll be all right. I just park that thought.
Stop worrying.
That thought doesn't come anymore. And then 500 quid comes. And you know what I mean? That's how it works.
Yeah.
No, it's great.
That's literally how it works.
Because if people, like someone who's not into it, like listen to, they'd be like, that's not how life works.
Yeah.
But it does.
But that's what I mean. When you realise how the miracles of it works.
So in the break when I was chatting to Anton here, I was saying the point I'm at now, I have to be very careful how I speak because I know the power of my speech. Yeah. So when I speak, I don't want to create duality. So I'm only talking to the person who's ready for change. Yeah. The person who's not ready for change, I'm not speaking to. Yeah. They're not listening to this podcast. No. They've turned off. They've heard me speaking 10 minutes in saying, swipe left. You know what I mean?
Well, that's interesting.
I'm not speaking to those people. Yeah. They will find their Drake, Michigan when they're ready.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's because I'm a bit guilty of like, I always think like that, but that's a better way to look at it. Because we've spoke to a few people lately and they've said, I don't care about that person who's thinking like that because they're not ready for me then.
Well, I heard Linda Scott call you out on that. She said that to you when you were talking about the people, talking about the people who are, they've got a job and you were giving them all the excuses. You've got a job, you've got a mortgage, you've got bills, and she was like, I remember her saying something like that. Did. And that's the element of like, because that's the thing, Kev, like maybe this is that leap of faith where you've got that block where you're so balls deep in this game and it's just like,
I know.
Now you've just got to push that next level.
I know.
And just like, you know what? I've created this platform. I've seen your journey, from the moment Ant asked me to be on this podcast, then I started, because like I saw the Drake Michigan before and I didn't know what it was about. And then when Ant asked me, then I was like, all right, I didn't know it was Ant's thing. Let me look at it. Then I started seeing it. So I'm seeing the quality of podcast. I see the quality of the room. And as you said, in 3 months' time, it's come to this. Like, unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, the studio's unbelievable, the setup's unreal, you were talking before about the potential of hiring this space out to other podcasts.
Didn't make him cry.
You'd be mad if you weren't taking up this, this.
We do normally talk about dry bumming at some point. This might be a very good time to start thinking about dry bumming.
I thought, didn't you say that was another
fake taxi?
Fake Drake.
Fake Drake.
That's when the pull down sheet comes.
The green screen.
Yeah. Now I'm talking about the latex. That protects the sofa.
No, you might. Do you know what? You might be right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
What we'll do after as well is, with your permission as well, we'll have whether it's on camera. We'll have a look if I can pick anything up around your energy, and we'll, just a few little notes, and then over the next coming weeks, we'll see how they.
Okay, interesting. All
you know what I mean? How it fits in.
Yeah, okay.
We'll have a look. We'll have a little look. Yeah. So let's just go back to what's good, because you're in lockdown. You've got a newborn baby.
Yeah.
But obviously you're thinking, hey, this is not too bad, because like most people, you must have done things properly.
Yeah.
Because all self-employed people who were only on £160 a week never got fuck all.
Exactly that. Yeah.
So because the people who didn't pay the taxes properly didn't get a good payer.
That's
right.
Yeah, 20 grand in debt because of that fucking lockdown.
Yeah.
So obviously that coming, but during COVID as well, did you have to stop?
So COVID was amazing for me. So like, as you know, when you're self-employed, and especially when you're a self-employed business owner of one, everything's on you.
Yeah.
And so I was feeling it. I was feeling the tiredness of it. The Groundhog Day of it, as much as I'm teaching yoga and doing stuff you love, like when people talk about doing stuff you love, there's a misnomer there, it's still real work, it's still graft, when like there's not, you've got to do your own marketing, all that kind of stuff, your own accountant and all that kind of thing. So, when that lockdown happened, I remember like a lot of people, I can recognise the madness in people now. Like how a lot of sports people started running on treadmills at home to earn charity money, or swimming, that was them going crazy essentially. Yeah. That was them letting out some crazy because they were just cooped up, and so because of how busy I wasn't training at the time. So when lockdown came and obviously the weather was amazing, I started doing some kettlebells, started running again. And then I was on this run, and as I was coming towards the end of the run, I had this thought that came into my head, was like, what are you running from? And I realised I was running away from dealing with myself. Like, all I did was swap one level of madness, which was my work, to now working out. You know what I mean? I just changed the energy without facing what I was really feeling. Mm. And what came for me is that at that time I had a new baby. So I had 3 kids in the house and my wife. So I'm in a house with just love, you know what I mean? And friends, your best of friends and all that kind of stuff. Mm. But I felt lonely. I was so lonely. Yeah. And so the question comes, is like, how can you be in a room full of people that have your back, that love you, and feel lonely?
Have you watched today's Motivation Monday?
Have you not? It's on that, yeah.
It's how psychic I am. Exactly. I've done a Motivation Monday this morning, and it's about being in a room, and I actually say, when you're in a room full of people, but you're still feeling lonely, and it's about loneliness.
Okay, amazing.
I just made that up at the top this morning. Wow, and then you're sat here now talking about it.
Yeah, okay, that's amazing. That is proper synergy. Yeah, so I had to confront that darkness within myself. Like, what is it within me that feels lonely? Because what I recognized is that, especially in that lockdown time, is like how much time you spend with yourself. So even though I'm in this room with people, most of it spent with myself. Like in this moment, the 3 of us are conversing, but obviously when one's dominating, your thoughts are going on, but we're still having this relationship. That's right, but then we could just be sat watching the telly. And so we're 3 mates sat here watching the telly, but I'm having a shit time, like, you know what I mean? I'm lonely, I'm feeling down.
Yeah, your mind can be
my mind just gone somewhere else. And then when I go, I'm like, see you later, guys, happy smile. And
And that's a bit like people who suffer with like depression and everything else. This is what we said about people's thoughts. You don't know where people are.
Do you know
what I mean? It's important. But what I'd said on Motivation Monday this morning, as well, just like you said, you could be in a room full of people but still feel lonely. Mm. But the answers to your questions are in that loneliness as well.
That's it.
You've got to go within yourself.
You have to go within yourself. Yeah. Because the energy and the emotion of loneliness only comes from within. Because for me, the mirror was, I'm in a room of people, and not strangers, people who are my family, who I love unconditionally.
I see that as alone, it's all one.
Yeah. Right, okay, that's nice.
So once you get that,
that shift.
Once you bring yourself inside, alone just becomes all one.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, man, I like that.
I spent all last year when I was working on myself.
Yeah,
because I wasn't alone, but I was depressed and I was down and I needed to figure stuff out. So I spent time alone to figure that out and become all one.
Yeah,
and find that love for me, because I needed self-love.
Okay, interesting. I mean, that is it. That is the hero's journey, isn't it? That is the hero's journey, and it's understanding that you can be the hero. The last time I spoke to Ant before coming onto this podcast, that day I had this dream in that morning of before coming onto it, and I had this really powerful, vivid dream that so there's 3 layers of awareness. There's 3 levels of energy, let's say, or awareness. There's plant life, there's animal life, and there's human life. Animal life and human life are very similar, but human life has the potential of a higher brain of consciousness. And so what I got showed is that the world is a stage. What we all know, the world is a stage. And when the light comes on, we perform to the light. And a plant life, that the light is the sun. So plant life doesn't know that it's a stage, but all it does is act. It doesn't know it's a stage. It doesn't know that it's a presence, but it's just acting because the lights come on.
Yeah.
Animal life, when animal life came onto stage, animal life is perfectly present in what it does. It's always in the moment. The problem animal life has is that it can't be conscious of the fact that it's all the moment. You know how animals live in balance? They live in total harmony, the circle of life. Yeah. They live in the circle of life. They just don't know that they're in the circle of life.
That's right.
When humans get on the stage, we have the ability to see we're on a stage, see there's a light. What our issue is at the moment is that we're too concerned with what the stage is made of, what the light is made of, who's behind the camera, So what the shift needs to be is then realize we're on a stage, we're playing a role, and let's be conscious of that role. Yeah. So then we can step into to use that phrase, step into your power. Yeah. So then you can live your role more powerfully, and then have that element of distance to it where you're not attached to the role of it. So like in all spirituality and in yoga in particular, in the Eastern mysticism and philosophy, they'll talk about, being, what's the phrase they say, like being in the now but not of the now, that kind of thing. There's that kind of you're not caught up in it. Right. You can understand, like, in this moment, I need to switch on and I need to be Avik, fully present yoga teacher. But then when I step away from this, I can be that other role. You know how you were saying before, like, you want to do the Drake Michigan, but you want to do the platform for the betting and the football and all that kind of stuff. Because we're all like that. We all have these different elements of ourselves. And the congruence of it is that understanding that we have all these elements and it is all me. The depression, the anxiety comes from the fact is like, I'm so different, because I'm this spiritual person and I want to be meditating, but I'm this party person and I want to go, who am I? The thing is, you are all of them. Yeah. And so the voice in your head is also you. And so if I can go into the yoga stuff now, what meditation is doing. So if I was to say to someone, because like there's so many different elements of meditation and so many, like I heard in the podcast with your breath person, I can't remember her name. Julianne. And she, you can follow the breathing and things like that. If I was to give the most simple, explanation about meditation and what to do, I would say sit for 1 minute, put a timer on your phone, 60 seconds, and just sit. And don't observe your breath, don't observe your thoughts, just sit for 1 minute. Breathing will happen, thoughts will happen. After 60 minutes, what you realize, what I want to tell people, 60 seconds, sorry. After 60 seconds, what I want people to understand is that their biggest enemy is always themselves. Yeah. And so for 60 seconds, they've sat with the biggest enemy. They've sat in the room with their enemy and they've handled it. The problem most people have is they can't handle their enemy because their voice is so... like it's them, isn't it? Yeah. And it's so overwhelming. Yeah. That voice is so negative that they start to believe in that negativity and there's no separation from it. They can't see that, there is a me away from that negativity. That's not me. That is just, it's part of me, but it's not me. It's not who I am. I am not my body. I am not my thoughts, that part. So for 60 seconds, if you just sit, and even if definitely, if that voice is saying, this is a waste of time, listen to that fucking voice. That is a waste of time, because that's the part of you that wants to self-sabotage. And then when you've handled yourself for 60 seconds, then you go to 120 seconds, then you start building that up. And then what happens is that your resilience builds, and your resilience builds to yourself. Exercise is the way that most people understand, resilience, and it's a beautiful form of building self-resilience. Like when you go and do some sprints or go for a run or something like that, and that voice in the head saying, I want to stop, and you've accomplished it. You've done the same thing what I've just said. You've just done it over a mile or two, and people then say, that's what you've overcome, and you get the endorphins, so all that's great. But I'm saying to people, like, you can do the same thing sat in your room, you can do the same thing sat in your chair, you can do this thing, very easily, and
I love that.
Yeah, and that is yoga. I mean, so going back to the lockdown part, and coming out of it, what I realized with lockdown, what was so beneficial to me is like, it was like an ashram for me. I don't know if you know the term ashram.
I've heard of it, but
so ashram is something that came through the yogic tradition in India, where in an ashram, it's generally the person who holds up the ashram is like a guru type person, an enlightened type person, or a swami, which is the swami is the equivalent of a priest within that tradition. And so in an ashram, they would have like a retreat. So we would know it actually in the West as a retreat. And so, but instead of hiring a venue, it's a specific venue. And because in that ashram, people who live there long term, they hold the energy and the vibration of that place. So when you come in from your contrast, straight away you feel the vibe of the ashram, right. And then you can, whether you're there for a weekend or a week or 6 months or 12 months, or you commit to life, the ashram gives you that, that space to kind of then reconnect with yourself. So I saw that 18 months as that opportunity to reconnect with myself and pull all these disparate parts of my psychology back together and kind of join together. And then what I did then through the year 2022, was that last year, wasn't it?
2021. Oh, last year was 2022.
Yeah, last year is that. So at the end of 21, going into 22, I realized that, you know what, I need to work less, not more. And so I was kind of like, I think I was doing like 5 days a week traditionally. And then I thought, then I went to 4 days a week, and then I thought, you know what, I want to do 3 days a week. And so I did 3 days a week working, and then one day I kept for me where I would just go into nature. So this is what I want to say to you guys, and this is what I want to say to your audience. The financial pressure for a self-employed person to take a day off is massive, because all your income comes on that day you work. There's no holiday pay, there's no backup to this shit. There's just when you go out and earn is what you receive. But I don't believe in that system anymore. I know that my needs will be met. I've been self-employed now for 10, 11 years, and every month when the bills have been paid, some bills I've missed, but I've eventually paid everything I've owed. I've always paid. I might have had the late charge later on. I might have suffered an inconvenience of that, but I've paid the damn thing. So I'm not fearful. Most people's fear is that thought in the head that, how am I going to put food on the table? Security fears,
Again, it's letting go, eh?
It's letting go, but also defeating that and realising like there is a bigger plan to this. Yeah. And if you can let go, you can start to join into the bigger plan for you, and your hero story can take a turn which, you didn't realise. Most people try to be the author of their own story instead of the co-author. If you become the co-author, the fucking guy who's writing your story is the fucking guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's amazing.
You know what I mean?
I love that.
So you're co-creating with that person. Whatever. I mean, saying this, right? This is where I've got this relationship with the word God. I heard you talk about it, and like most people in spirituality say, you can use God, you can use universe, whatever feels great for you. You know what I mean? And I hate that BS. But I've got a problem with the word God, because my problem is when you say the word God, then you've got to add on all these extra appendices like omnipresent, omniscient. So the word God isn't doing the thing it's meant to do. It's because you've got to add all these other little bits onto it. But what I've found for me is that I prefer, and because I've got a logical bent as well as the spiritual side, is that I prefer the word intelligence, because I understand what intelligence means. Yeah. If you want to add on supreme intelligence, you can do.
Well, and energy is intelligence. Because I agree with that, because for me, if you say God, if you like, for me, what you're doing is you're putting a label.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you can't label something that is everything.
That's it.
Yeah. Because to label it would be to like signify the size of it.
That's it. Three letters. 3 letters that are covering everything.
Come on, he's worth a bit more than that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's why, however you want to call it. But also, we also know as well, I think the stigma is like some people don't like the, Jesus or God. They just have this, but everyone is in agreement that there is a supreme higher energy source, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So for me, what I like, whatever works for you. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Whatever gets you up in the morning, whatever,
So when yoga first left India to the West, it was in the late 1800s, and the guy was called Swami Vivekananda, and he's like my dad's hero. Right. Like, I grew up on his stories, this guy, because for my dad, who's a really intellectual guy, Vivekananda was totally his kind of line, because he was like no fluff of spirituality. He was like very on the money with what he said. So for my dad, it suited him. So I grew up on stories with him. So he went over to America as the first yogi to ever take, east to the west.
Yeah.
And one of his kind of lines is like, it's better to be an atheist than an unbelieving believer. So that's the thing, a lot of people just, drop God in the sentence like they understand it.
Yeah.
For me, take that. If you don't understand it, don't talk about it. Leave it out of your diet, your vocabulary. Yeah. You're better saying I don't know than saying I know, because that's what I find a problem with the word God. It's like when people say the word God to me, most people think you don't understand what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. I understand from you because of what you were telling me and all the, you've had so many, mirror moments that it becomes overwhelming, like there's a higher intelligence at play. But for me, that's I prefer people to say I'm an atheist or or I don't know, than put themselves into the God box. Yeah,
it's funny because obviously we live in a materialistic world and all the rest. Because I don't even like, like when you see posts on social media and everything, and they're using the name God or Jesus, and it's almost like to promote clickbait. It makes me feel awkward. I just because it's like, why would you? For me, it feels disrespectful.
It's one of my
disrespectful to.
It's one of my biggest problems with the yoga industry, let's say in air quotes, in the West, is that it's been reduced to clickbait. Because the problem is that. So let me go with this, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of my yoga, all my yoga classes, I always start with a little bit of a sermon, let's say, for want of a better word. So pizza, it might be a dangerous word to use at this time because maybe we've not had lunch, but pizza is an Italian word, and it started in Naples, and it's cheese tomato on bread. When pizza left Italy to Hawaii, the Hawaiians put pineapples on it. When pizza left to America, the Americans put everything on it. When pizza came to the UK, we made it shit. But pizza is an Italian word. Pizza is an Italian word that is so normal to us now. It's not an Italian word. It's an English word, right? Yoga is the same. Yoga is an Indian word. Right. But because it's
westernized,
because it's been westernized, not westernized, because it's been adopted so brilliantly, in my opinion. It's like, in the 80s, if you talked about yoga, in the 90s, you talk about yoga, in the 2000s, if you talk about yoga today, it's like, all right, my neighbour's doing it soon. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like mainstream in classes, in schools, they do yoga, meditation. It's like we're finally catching up with the rest of the world, really, isn't it? But just so you know, because I don't know if you know that, but the actual word pizza means that you like eating children. Right, and it's part of the satanic ritual, because that is true, actually. So maybe
we'll shut the gate on that.
Let's go dark now.
Yeah, we must have gone. But we're on about real pizza.
But the reason I'm saying that is that, so what happened to yoga is it's slowly been misrepresented, because what we want, what by nature, when something is exported to some other country, what you do want is it to kind of homogenize within the local community. So what's happened with yoga, when it comes to the West, it's been adopted by the West, and the West has taken what's best from yoga and taken what is best from here and made it good. The problem is the predominant paradigm of the West is capitalism. And so what's happened to yoga now is that it's become spiritual capitalism. It's become a spiritual commodity. Yeah. So my problem that I have with yoga now, and it's one of the reasons why I've consciously chose not to be a personality in air quotes on yoga. Like, because, I started in 2012, my wife and I, if we started on social media then, by now, just nature of time, we could have had thousands of followers and stuff like that. But we chose to stay out of that scene because what you see is like, you'll see always a girl in a bikini doing splits,
What channel's this?
I'm just trying to, where you go with this? What's the problem?
And then what you'll have is a spiritual quote. So you'll have some girl in a bikini, obviously trying to get the clickbait with the spirit. I mean, I know you guys, put this on TikTok. So like, I'm on TikTok and for something that I started called Random Table, which I'll talk about. But when you scroll through it, obviously you get caught, don't you? With it's so addictive in TikTok. They know what they're fucking doing with that thing, don't they? So I'm scrolling through my TikTok, and then this girl comes up, and it's like yoga, and she's in a bikini, in micro knickers, with the camera pretty much at the groin, and she's doing it, and she's a yoga teacher. She's doing yoga, and all the comments are like, what you expect.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I've only got 3 likes.
Yeah, and one comment,
exactly. Yeah, and she's got 50,000.
We've had the same discussions about the stuff.
Well, do you know what the answer is there? Avik.
Well, maybe. You
need to get in your speedos.
That's it, lad. That's it.
And you need to start opening your legs. This is the doggy style pose.
Yeah, that's it.
We're missing a trick here.
Yeah. Well, that's my problem. I mean, like, when did yoga? Well, when did yoga meet OnlyFans? You know what I mean?
Exactly. So it's disrespectful, though.
I mean, it's why really. So if I can fast forward to today, to now, so because I came back into teaching yoga after having that long break through COVID and lockdown, and then came back to teaching, and I'm teaching at the Hot Yoga Studio in Yoga Town, fantastic studio, I highly recommend it. And I when that studio opened, I was the opening teacher on the first class ever to teach on that. So like I've got a real connection to that place. I've been there, and I've had a period of time where I've dipped in and dipped out.
Yeah.
But towards the end of last year, I just started feeling like I'm sick of being a yoga teacher in the marketplace of yoga, because now it's all about consumerism, and I don't want to fight this capitalist tide. Right. That's not me anymore. Right. Not anymore. It's just not me. Yeah. I'm more like the people who I'm meant to find will find me.
You're trusting that.
I'm trusting. And the problem is with yoga within the capitalist model is that generally yoga has adopted the gym model, which is an hour class.
Yes.
So you've got an hour class where you're trying to teach what is a practice that can lead you to enlightenment in 60 minutes. And you're trying to give people a workout and some breathing and meditation, and you try to do it in 60 minutes, and it becomes impossible. And what you're met with are the people who yoga is their Monday night thing. You know what I mean? They're not like dedicated to it. Yeah. It's just their Monday night thing. Yeah. I go to stretch my hamstrings on Monday. Yeah. And so I don't want them kind of people anymore. It
sort of takes a bit away from you as a teacher, your ethics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they're turning it into just, I'm going to my Monday night yoga session. They're not really getting to the deep core of the experience of what this is all about.
Yeah, yeah. So it's the paradox, or maybe that's not the right word, but it's every yoga teacher will meet this point where you realize you've been given the gift for inner transformation, and you're trying to fit it into someone else's model. And you hit this crux point where it's like everybody in the spiritual field has this money conversation, don't they? They always have this dialogue, isn't it? Like, I should be giving this away for free. This is so powerful. I should be giving this for free. Everyone faces the same, because money is a perfect mirror, because money is greed. That's what most people say. Money isn't greed. Money is energy. Yeah. Money helps things flow. Money's a beautiful thing.
It's how it's used. Yeah.
It's how it's used. But most people, when they see money, it's like, how can I squeeze more out of someone? Like my biggest thing with yoga, like one of the marketing elements of yoga is like, so you do your classes, and the way to get more money out of you, Kev, is like, I've got a workshop at the weekend. It's £25, this workshop. I don't teach it in my normal classes, Kev.
Yeah.
You won't get it in my normal classes. This is special shit. Yeah. You've got to pay now to come to this. Yeah. And then what I do next year, Kev, is that now I start to put, there's only 2 places left now, mate. You know, now there's 1 place left. Yeah. But this thing's going to really relax you. It's going to really chill you out. But there's only 1 place left, Kev. So I'm creating this weird psychology where I'm making you anxious. I'm giving you FOMO by telling you that this thing's going to help you.
You're actually like, you sort of cheat, like people who do that. You're not being honest with yourself, are you? No.
They're fearful because because when you're a yoga teacher, your income comes from them.
Yeah.
So
there is 2 sides to it, because you can understand why they're doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know, it's funny, because I don't know if before you come in here, you've watched The Wolf of Spirituality, because we talk about this.
Yeah.
So I can understand from a money aspect why people have to do it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So here's the thing where I'm going to stop you. What you're saying is that your connection to source is outside of yourself by saying that.
Yeah, you're right.
You're saying that your connection to source is from all these people in front of you, but it's not.
Yeah.
Life has shown us 3 enough times to know that our connection to source, it might come through you, but it's not you. Yeah. You know, like how you're helping each other. It might come from Kev, it might come from Ant, but it's not you, because we are one, we're all connected. Yeah. So, but if I keep perpetuating the thought process that those people on the mat are my source, then I'm going to keep squeezing these people until I'm going to keep squeezing them and squeezing until I get all of it out of them. And they're going to feel that energy at some point.
Yeah.
And so, see, here's the thing within the yoga lineage. It's a word that's been adopted by the West. It's the word guru. You can't assign you. The problem is that everyone can say they're a guru now, but the real way to become a guru is by not to say you're a guru. So let's say someone here resonates now and someone says, I want that guy to be my teacher. So I don't apply the word guru to myself, but someone listening says, hold on, that guy is going to be my teacher. And so then the word guru then gets applied, and then what can happen is that communities can build, and they can, you know, the truth all kind of mingles together, and the community builds around that one person. But as long as that one person who's sitting, because that's the problem that's happened within spirituality is sex cults, right? Isn't it? You know, I'm hoping Drake, Michigan goes that way, to be honest with you.
Well, we've talked about
to be honest, I hope it doesn't go that way. Well, I know, and only for one reason. Is because I would be a failure, and to be honest, at the moment I'm a pretty big success. Whereas if we went down the sex route, I think a lot of people would be disappointed. I definitely wouldn't be a guru.
You know, I mean, this is why people have that problem with the word and the charlatans that come with it, because a lot of people have messed around with that word, have disused it. You know. Yeah. Pretended to be the Messiah and then ended up, you know, creating some kind of community where I'll just go into your wife's bedroom, you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff.
The vulnerable.
The vulnerable. But that is how the process of guruship works, because you aren't saying, you know, like you were, that's why what you said before was perfect. When you were talking before, when you were saying how, you know, I'm not a teacher, you know, I'm not a leader. The longer you say that, the more people will come to you. The moment you start to believe you're a teacher and a leader, then what happens is that the ego gets strengthened. You know, because if you're a conduit for this, then the more you can get out of your way, that ego that wants to control it, then whatever is the creative force, is the, you know, the creator, is the intelligence that comes through then, and that speaks, you know, right. I mean, it's why like somebody listening now can misunderstand completely what I'm saying and think he's off his head, you know, he's talking nonsense. But then someone, you know, who's
they'll get it.
They'll get it. Yeah.
No, I do. No, I mean, to be honest, a lot of people who watch probably think we know what we're fucking doing, but the truth is we really don't fucking know what we're doing. So there's definitely no chance of us ever becoming teachers, I can guarantee it. But so within the yoga practices and everything, right? So obviously it's made you who you are today, and it's molded you.
Yeah.
But what's next? What's the what's Avik up to these days? What's floating your boat? Because you feel like you've got this thing where something's not resonated with you. It's upset you a little bit within the teaching. So someone else must have grabbed your attention.
So if I can bring a few things all together, and things that you guys will find interesting in. So in 2012, 2013, me and my wife started doing the vision boards. Like, I know you promote a lot. Okay. So we did all that, and that power of manifestation. And so what you realize very quickly is that when you do start getting in lines, those manifestations do start to happen. And so what I realize now is what happens if what I want isn't in line with what the creator wants. And what happens if I don't put those things on the board, the thing that's meant to happen happens. I don't have a problem. What I see the vision board is the first steps to someone realizing the power they have. That's what a vision board should be. The vision board should be used as a tool to realize this is a power you can create. Yeah. That's what it should be. It should be the first few steps. Yeah. What I would encourage people who are listening, who do vision boards, is most of the time, I'm going to say 99%, because I know I would do this. All my visions were all about me. None of it was to do with my family. A little bit I might say, I want what I want for me, I want for my family. Most people aren't doing that. And then next stage is like, what I want for me, I want for humanity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Then that's a very powerful vision board. That's it, yeah. Those are the levels. Because where I sit now to where I was then, that ego was huge then. You know what I mean? That was I wanted to squeeze out of people. Yeah. Now I realize in letting go, it just comes to you. There's a phrase within yoga that there's like, when you ask the universe for nothing, you get mother's milk. When you ask the universe for something, you get water. When you take from the universe, you get blood. That's what within the yoga within yoga traditions. There's beautiful kind of I can't do the Sanskrit phase, but that's what it says. When you ask nothing from the universe, you get mother's milk. You get everything you want. And the thing, it's like, because like what I found with the vision boards is like, I want 10 grand a week. What? And now I'm thinking is like, why don't I put 12 grand a week? So I'm limiting myself. I've created a ceiling for myself there by saying I want, because, but it's fantastic to do because I'm meeting my mirror. I'm meeting myself, my self-sabotage self and the small self of me. Because, don't get me wrong, 10 grand might be perfect for me. That might actually be what, it could be 5 grand. And what happens then is your outcomes. We always talk about, unfortunately, with vision boards, a lot of it is financially based, but, there's health elements, isn't there? And spiritual elements and lifestyle elements to it. So where that's taken me to today is that if I continued that mindset where the more I take myself out of the picture of my story and my story can reveal itself, in December last year, I realized that I'm kind of done teaching yoga. I wasn't really enjoying it within the paradigm of teaching the yoga studio. But I didn't know what I wanted to do next. So when it came to Christmas, I thought, you know what, I probably need a break. One of my ladies who's coming to me teach the yoga class, who's a yoga teacher, she sent me this Facebook post that someone had written and said, don't be surprised by the fact you're so tired and overwhelmed because of, from 2020 leading all the way to now and Ukraine war and, leading all that stress that's been created out externally. Don't be surprised that you're so tired. And I was feeling tired, by the end of last year. And when January came and it was the week leading up to me starting back teaching yoga, normally I'm like, okay, let me do my playlist, let me think about what I'm going to teach, and I'm getting the vibe, and I had none of that. And I thought, if I'm feeling like that about something like this, something's completely wrong here. This isn't right for me now.
Recognise it.
And so I recognised that, and I thought, well, what can I do? What am I going to do? And I thought, you know what? I've taken so many small leaps of faith along the way. So let me take a big one. this for me was a big one, because yoga is probably like a quarter to a third of my, income. So if I'm dropping that with nothing to replace it, that's a big thing. And then through all the pandemic and lockdown and this cost of living crisis, the sports therapy, massage stuff that I do, that's taken a nosedive too. So the diary wasn't too healthy in December. The diary's not too healthy in January. It's looking pretty bleak in January too. But I'm thinking, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I've just got to do it, because there's a point where you've got to cross that threshold.
Do you think you're being nudged?
From knowing to belief. Yeah. From knowing to belief. That nudge is incremental. Yeah. Sometimes you take giant steps, sometimes you take micro steps, but that nudge is always going for all people at all times. This conversation that we're having now is doing that for all of us.
Yeah, definitely.
By making me repeat this story is doing that for me, putting it in, pushing me into it. Yeah. So I knew I needed to, just stop it. But I didn't know what it was going to be. And I knew it would reveal itself, but I didn't know when. And the nature of being human is that you want to know now. You know what I mean? I want to know today. Creator, intelligence. I've made this decision now.
Give me a sign.
Give me a text message. I'm looking. You know what I mean? No text messages. So then the week. It's been almost a week, and then I'm starting to, I connect to nature a lot. Well, everyone connects to nature a lot, but anyway, I go into nature a lot to connect to myself.
Yeah.
And so I went for a walk. And that connection that I normally get from nature wasn't there. And I'm like, shit. And I was like having a dark night of the soul, basically. Right. That moment where I know that I'm not letting go. I'm unable to let go, but I know I need to let go. And so it was a dark night. And because as that kind of process is going on, I'm looking through, the job websites and thinking, can I be a postie? Can I go work for Tesco? I'm trying to force it. I'm trying to see. But then also what's been fantastic about that process is that I've started to meet some of my old kind of programming, because I come from a community within India, which is very intellectual, like the Calcutta, East Bengal region of India. It's a very intellectual place, and my parents are kind of really education biased. So I'm meeting some old programming where I'm thinking, I had a career. You know what I mean? I had a proper career that gave me progression, and I left that all behind. And I'm thinking, fuck, what have I done? Have I done the right thing? And it's too far. What was really interesting, and I can see it actually as I'm speaking it now, I can see it. I got a LinkedIn message from somebody from an agency saying, we're looking for estimators in Chorley. And I'm like, I'm living at Eccleston. Chorley's 10 minutes up the road. Yeah, maybe I can go, and that's what I used to do. Maybe I can go do that. So I replied to the guy and saying, maybe you've not read through my CV recently, but I've been out of the industry for 10 years. But if you're open to it, I'd be up for listening to it. I never got a response to that email, which is funny, because in that industry, obviously it's commission based, isn't it? So as soon as that, response, but, so I got that sign that I'm not meant to go back to that. And that was a fear trap, because I'm starting talking to my wife then saying, well, maybe I'll do the estimating, I'll do. So then that day and the night of the dark night of the soul, the following day. So one thing Ant, but one thing so I home educate my kids. So I've got 3 kids, and we home educate them. And one of the dads, he's a plumber. And he was saying to me at the end of last year, because he knew my diary we hang out a bit and we chat a bit and stuff. We hang out a lot, actually. And he was just saying, you know what, if you ever fancy a couple of days just labouring, just help me out on the strip out day of a bathroom, come and do that. So I had a few kind of ad hoc days with him through January. And then on I think it was a Tuesday or a Thursday, anyway, whatever day it was, he just texted me and saying, do you fancy being a tiler? He said, it's a good day rate, and I can train you up, and then you can just work for me then. So I had this dark night of the soul, this moment when I let go, and then all of a sudden this dropped, this career opportunity dropped, and and the potential to earn an income. So that process from January to where are we now, kind of April. So it's funny how things change. It's so I was working with him as a labourer, just ad hoc days on bathroom strip outs. And then I was going watching him, you know, as he was retiling the bathroom, and I was kind of picking it up. And we kind of had this kind of agreement almost where we'd kind of have maybe a month or so kind of apprenticeship period where obviously you don't get paid doing it, but you're just watching it. And then at some point he'll say, you know what, I feel like you can do this, competent enough to do this. As I helped him out, you can start doing my tiling. So this new kind of career path has kind of opened up. And what I love about it is that it's got so much synergy to from being an engineer. So like my mate Chris, who is the bathroom guy, Chris Loftus Plumbing, for anyone who's out there in the Chorley Leyland area who wants a bathroom. He kind of I can't remember what I was going to say then, but he's given me this opportunity to train as a tiler with him, and but funnily enough, it then changed to then saying, because what I found actually is that as you'll know in the trade, when you've got the follow-on trades, you need to be very flexible, don't you? Yeah. You know, like the plasterers, let's be ready for Monday for the plasterers. Oh no, the job's pushed. Yeah. We're going to need you on Wednesday. Yeah. Because of home education with the kids, and because I also want to kind of continue the sports therapy business that I've got, keep that ticking over, I can't actually be that flexible. So now I'm just doing 3 days a week labouring with him. Well, this is where I was going. So my old industry, being a civil engineer, I understand the process of working on a site. I wasn't the manual guy. I was the guy pointing at people to do things. But like now, like Chris has had on apprenticeships over the years. And as most apprentices are, they're always young kids. And most of the time, the kids who don't really want to be there. But for me, and I keep saying this to Chris, like, I'm 42. Like, if I don't get this right now, you know, if I'm going to do this after doing all this and making this change, I want to do this fucking right from the get-go. Yeah. I'm not that 18, 19-year-old kid, you know, that wants to be on Snapchat. You know, I'm going to do this right. And what's been beautiful for me anyway is that because I understand the process of a job, the start and the finish of a job, and all I'm just picking up now is the technicalities of plumbing, but that's, you know, easy enough to absorb because it's putting in drainage, what I understand as drainage. So it's actually coming together quite easily. And the two things that are going on in my mind at the same time is like, life always gives you an opportunity to be present. So as I'm working, because a lot of the work is loud, you kind of having start conversations, you know, as you're doing a bit of drilling and hammering, you can't have a full-blown conversation. So then you just got to be with your own process. And so I'm trying to be like really part of the process as I'm not tiling, I'm doing the work for him, labouring work for him. And the second thing is, it's interesting for me to see that old programming of like, I mean, it only happened the other week, like last week, like you had a career, mate. You've let that all go. I'm still having to overcome that part of programming. It runs deep.
That's just part of the journey.
It's part of the journey. So, yeah, it's been, I mean, to date, I mean, like, again, that part of like, you don't want to be boxed. Which human wants to be boxed? The most powerful statement a human can make is the words, I am.
Yeah, definitely.
The moment you utter those words,
it's the most
you are creating a box for yourself, which is why you have to be very careful with those words. Very careful with those words. So, which is why in most tradition, it's a sound rather than a phrase. So like within yogic tradition, we say Om, Aum, you know, and then it went to Amen and Amen in other cultures. Yeah. They understood, and that is the creative vibration of the world. And so within the yogic tradition, I mean, I've picked up on, I think in one of your podcasts, you were talking to someone, like why the kind of like people within the yoga who'll just go off and say nothing, because you realize that as soon as you start to talk, you start to create.
Yeah.
So that's how powerful it is. So then once you understand that, then you have to be very careful about what you say.
Yeah.
Because if you're at that point where I'm literally creating my reality as I speak, then what am I fucking saying?
Yeah.
I can't be unconscious about what I'm saying anymore. I have to be very conscious about what I'm saying now.
What you wish for and all that as well.
Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you put on that vision. You know what? This is apart from the vision board. When I put the vision board, I put on, I want to work with sports teams. And so I'm a yoga teacher. I'm from Wigan. I'm a huge Wigan Rugby League fan. Wigan Rugby League got in touch with the owner of Yoga Town and they wanted to come and do some yoga sessions. So I'm like, I put on the vision board. I want to work with sports teams. Who comes? Wigan. You know what I mean? I'm made up. The room full of 20 lads come in, all in Speedos, and half of them are doing a farting, burping.
Sweet man.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? So I'm there, like, as a fanboy in front of this thing. I've got it in my vision board. It's a bucket list thing. And most of them don't want to be there. But I'd created this.
Yeah.
So, like, I got shown, like, be careful what you want to create. You know what I mean? What you're asking for. But it's important to have that lesson, because then when you start to see how powerful you are, then it's like, well, like, this is the step I've taken this year. Like, I know I'm a powerful creator, but I know I'm an even more powerful co-creator. And I've not give my co-creator an opportunity to show me what is possible.
Yeah.
And so now I took that big leap of faith. Like, this is what I want to say to people who are listening. Like, I've not got huge amounts of money, but I'm not that worried about that. That's not an issue for me. In fact, it's a moot point for me.
Yeah.
But everything works. I cover the bills. The needs are met.
You have to.
Food, and that isn't even a point for me. Yeah. Like, my expectation now, I don't know, that the words I am, for people who are on the journey of it, when they get up, they'll do the mantras, the affirmations. I am happy. I am blissful. When you get to a point where you become that, and then you don't have to say that anymore. Yeah. My expectation all the time when I meet people is that they will always be
programming.
Amazing.
Isn't it?
I always expect.
That's why, to be fair, I always, like, in conversations, I always say to people, and I say it for two reasons. One, because I believe it, and one, to put it out there. So I always say, I have the best job in the world.
Yeah.
Right? I have the best life in the world.
Yeah.
Right? Now, as I've gone along over the last several years, that is not just words anymore. Because I literally come and go and do it exactly as I want.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Like, if I want to stay here till 8, 9 o'clock tonight, I'll be. If I didn't want to come in tomorrow, if I want to get on a plane and go on holiday tomorrow, I'd fuck off on holiday.
Yeah.
I choose. I choose. Now, I couldn't always say that was the case. Like, obviously, when you're younger, you get told you got to clock in and be at work at 7:30. You get told, you can have a break for 15 minutes at 10:30. Now you can have your dinner. And I hated that. I hated the fact that, who are you to tell me? Now, okay, I know it's a job and all the rest of it, but I was the same with school. I've always hated that. Why have you got so much control over me? Like, to a point where you would feel like you couldn't just walk out if you wanted to, but you should be able to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I build my businesses. Sometimes the men don't get it. I've had some people work for me and they leave, and then it's only afterwards they get it. So I really look after my men. They might, if they listen to this, they might not even realise it. So no, because what I try to do is I try to give them all the abundance and things of the job before they probably even deserve it. Right. So I do things the opposite way around. I give them the freedom. Like today, I don't go check up on them and things like that. I give them the rope, if you like. Now, if they want to go and fuck themselves over, then they lose the job with me, I'll say, well, you bought that on yourself. Right? Because at the end of the day, I've just created...
the beautiful thing that you've done there is you've given, which most people don't do, is you've given your staff personal sovereignty. Most people don't do that because most people work from fear-based first, because they don't trust the staff, because they don't trust themselves, so they don't trust the staff. But you obviously trust yourself to do that for your employees.
Because the thing is, well, that's how I would want to be. Because the thing is, you know what? If I work for someone tomorrow, right, they wouldn't have to check on me. I would be there from the crack of dawn. The job would get done. Do you know what I mean? So I give
Yeah.
So I try to treat it as if, look, if Atlantis does well, you do well.
Yeah.
Like I've said this before. So like as the company grows, one of my ambitions is there. As we're well on the way now. So we'll probably end up buying properties, and then what will happen is I won't have to go out trying to find work. I don't go out anyway; it comes to me anyway.
Yeah.
But I probably then won't even need clients.
Yeah.
But then what I want to do then is I will say to my men, right, I'm going to give you a percentage of this house now.
Yeah.
So now you can start being the wealth creators.
Yeah, fantastic.
And now what I've found
That's such
is
a beautiful thing, mate.
the men who work for me, they are starting to say, I've known Kev for a long time. What is all this that he's into?
Yeah.
And now they're starting to say, I'm going to try that.
Yeah.
Right. I remember having a chat with one of the lads who work for me, and I don't want to say names or whatever else, but anyway, it was like to do with like his personal life. And I said, well, why don't you try this? A completely different, for me, the way he was dealing with his home life was completely the wrong way. Right. Anyway, he put a few things in place, and next minute he's saying, you're not going to believe this, Kev. You know, things are absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Miracles just turned up, just like you said they would. And I said, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, just listen. I'm not sat here telling people. I'm not practicing. I'm not just saying to people, do this. Yeah. I know it works.
Yeah.
I've seen it work.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So you're showing people, which is how it, you know, like with children, the best way to educate, let's say, children is to show them rather than teach them. Yeah. Because as you just said, you know, like that top down kind of being told what to do, who likes that? As a child and as an adult, horrible. No one enjoys that. Yeah. But if you can show somebody and if you give them the opportunity to like, I like what I'm seeing here. You know, I'm liking the way Kev goes about his work. I'm liking the way, you know, Kev treats his people. I want some of that. And the fact that you're allowing them for that wealth development, that's just like however long down the line, when they get into a position, when they say, you know what, Kev, I've got a little thing, I want to break away from you. You know what will happen. Exactly. That'll just trickle down to the next person.
And that's what I mean. And to be fair, I'd like to think I have that same approach with bringing my kids up.
Yeah.
Right. And don't get me wrong as well. There's a painful side of that. There's a duality here. Because sometimes you'll give people this freedom and they shit on you.
Yeah.
Right. They take advantage of you. They don't realise how good they've got it. But that's on them.
Yeah. That's on them.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've
like so.
Since I'm
but so it's like, but I only can be, you know, how I want to be. Yeah. Like, so like I would always, my ethics, if you like, when it comes to what's called. So you would see me making the cups of tea or cleaning the toilet, right? Because true. Why? But why shouldn't I?
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. No. And it's like that. If people come across it, I couldn't give a shit if people know I'm the owner of the business or not. I don't care. What does it matter?
So when I talk about my self-talk being a labourer now, that's part of it. It was like, you know, if we're all one, there's no hierarchy in one. No. There's only one. That's so right. The self-talk that says you could have been a site manager, you could have been this and that, is just me not accepting that we're all one and this is my role. And if anything, don't you want a conscious labourer, a conscious builder, a conscious content creator? Isn't that what we should be creating? Isn't that what it should be about?
That, of course, you know what I mean? Yeah. And ultimately, for me, like now we're coming into like sort of the Drake Michigan platform, which is completely separate to the building trade and all the rest of it. And by the way, this is another thing, just going back to the visualization boards. So on my original visualization boards, and this is where people go through different stages in their life. So at the time then, I was playing poker and carpet cleaning. So in my human head thing, I could only see my future and money possibly, and that business growing as a carpet cleaner.
That's it,
or a big win on poker.
That's it.
Right? I had no interest whatsoever in the building trade, right? Or having a building business, right? Now that's how the universe works.
Yeah.
How the fuck did the universe took my visualization board and bought me something 100 times better than I could ever imagine?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's just the faith and the trust.
That's it.
But you have to put the action in. You have to do the work. You can't just... Because I've done that as well. People forget this. So like 15 years ago or more, and I keep going back to this, but I've also been the man who was sat on the couch saying to God, why are you not saving my bakeries? Why are you not saving my businesses? And I lost everything.
Yeah.
So I've also been so don't get confused with the law of attraction being this woo-woo fucking miracle that's just going to come and save the day. That doesn't work. You've got to put energy. You've got to put action.
You do, yeah.
That's why it's important. Back to the loneliness in that solitude. When you can find what you're after in life, now you can go after it. And then once you've only got to take one step in the right direction of what you want. The universe will start opening all them doors and saying, we've got your back.
Intention's important, isn't it? But then you've got to let go and understand it.
And trust it.
So see, that part of being sovereign, another way of putting it is that you're the captain of your ship. And so most people don't realise, one, they're a captain, and two, they're on a ship. But when you do...
That is so true.
But when you do, that's why, like, I like with vision boards as the kind of first steps towards it. It's like, I want to earn £10,000 a month. You know, whatever it is, you put that down. And then as soon as you do your affirmation, you read your sheet in the morning, and then 5 minutes later, I'm not deserving of £10,000 a month. So what you're doing as captain of your ship is saying, right, I'm going in this direction. But then that old program and that other voice is saying, oh no, we're going to go this way. And so your ship gets nowhere. Well, it will get to its destination, but instead of getting there in timely fashion, it just takes a longer time.
You might have some bad weather on the way.
You might have some bad weather. But I mean, the thing is, the journey is always the journey, and it's always right. So
and to be fair, this is why it's one thing saying to people, oh, do yourself a visualization board and all the rest of it. This is where, to be fair, the workshops and actually getting to show people there's so much more to it than just saying I want this. It's because it is the emotions, it is the feelings. I mean, you attract what you feel, not what you want. Do you know what I mean? So it's a lot deeper than just a little chat like this, and you know. But if we can get that through to people,
I mean, for me, an easy trick is some people's energy block is wanting something good for themselves. But most people don't have an energy block for wanting something good for the children or the parents or something like that. So if you can put that on your vision board, like, I really want my daughter, my son, my mum, my dad to have a really healthy, happy, vibrant life. As this first phrase, all of a sudden their energy is lifted because they're visualizing what they want for those people that is unconditional. And then for the conditional self, because they've lifted their energy a little bit, then when they start on their affirmations, then that energy is just added a little bit to their... So even by the time they get to the 10th one and they've run out of steam and they don't quite believe that they're deserving of it, the first couple are starting to push now. You know, you're starting to push them all, elevate them all, which is why I can see now in hindsight, because to begin with, the vision boards can be quite a selfish thing. Not in a bad way, don't get me wrong, but they're very self-centered, very self-focused. But the beauty of them, if you can add a little bit of, you know, family, friends, humanity, that can change the energy completely for a vision board. You know,
I think in spirituality in general, when you start sort of, I don't know, go on this path, you're dead excited at first. And you start taking a few steps and you think, whoa, this is fantastic. Whether it's a visualization board, whether it's the tarot, all these different... But then when you actually start getting into spirituality, you realise, what the fuck? I know absolutely nothing. Like, this is just like a fucking ocean. And I was just putting my feet in the stream.
That's it.
It's like... So even the little things like the visualization, that is nothing. No. But what I would say is, it's a part of... getting into everything.
Yeah, it's like the book The Secret. You know, like, to begin with, the book The Secret, as an intro book, it's like a fantastic book.
Yeah, it's like a Hollywood bit.
Hollywood.
As an intro, it's a fantastic, but that's the most it ever is. You know, but for your layperson on the street, you know what I mean? For your man on the street, it's a good intro because it's spoken in the words that they understand, and it's giving them the views of, like, what I can... envision a Ferrari for myself. You know what I mean? I can get a mansion. All right, I never thought like that before. And so
it's important in that respect.
It's really important because now you've dropped a different thought process into
it's a seed planter.
It's a seed planter. Yeah. But like, if I can go back to like this year and a little bit of last year. So my friend Chris, who I'm doing the plumbing with. So just prior to that, and this relates a little bit to what you're doing with Mags Thatcher and all that stuff. So when I was working 3 days a week, the fourth day, what I was doing, I was having for myself. I'd go to Rivi actually, and I'd do a low dose of mushroom, and I'd sit, meditate, do some yoga, and I connect with nature. I did proper barefoot walking, like just literally wear no shoes and just walk through nature. And it was such a beautiful time, actually. That 6-7 months I did that for was incredible, really. And so slowly what started to happen was that I started to realise I don't actually know anything. Like all the time I'm sat there, I'm thinking, I want to know. And then all that kept coming back is like, I don't know. Yeah. And so I started letting go. And so when you start to think you don't know, you start a little bit of like, you feel a bit crazy. And so what started happening then is like, I started feeling like I'm going crazy. Yeah. And I started consciously documenting me going crazy. So I started doing little comedy videos where I just do little videos. Like I did this one video where I lost my marbles, just little stupid videos, really. I wish I did it longer. I did this one where the A-Team. So I did a spin-off show called The Fall of Hannibal. So like I picked up Hannibal's story.
I love it.
Like imagine Hannibal now and he's suffering with PTSD and heroin addiction and stuff like that. He's a recovering addict.
Yeah, so he can't afford cigars anymore. So he's on Super Kings.
You know where it started from? I was eating a chunky Kit Kat and I was like, this is like a cigar, isn't it? And then my head went from cigar to Hannibal. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to do that. So I bought a blonde wig and I'm doing these, and I called it the Fall of Hannibal. The Fall of Hannibal.
Love it.
So I started like, I mean, I had so many people say to me, "What are you doing with these videos of? Why are you like what's?" Because they wanted me to stay in the box of yoga.
Yeah.
And now I'm showing this side. It mirrored something uncomfort, like they don't know where I am anymore, and I enjoyed that so much.
I think that's so interesting. In fact, that kind of resonates to our conversation the other day after doing that video. We're both discussing, are we doing the right thing?
Yeah, because the thing is, it's like from an outsider looking in, they see you doing something different, and they're like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But it's like, I mean, if we come into this world, and one of my pet hates is, and you know, I'm not against anyone who is this, but going out to school, getting a job, the same job, all your fucking life, fucking retiring dead.
Yeah.
What a fucking waste! I would on my tombstone. What a fucking waste that was. That's what I just don't get it. I just like, surely life is about being your full self, experiencing yourself, and just your emotions, whether that's the positive, the negative, and I mean, like I love the fact that. I've been through periods where I'm well into politics. I've been through periods where I've been a chef. I've been through periods where I've worked in factories. I've had a building business. I've carpet cleaned. I mean, you name it, I've fucking done it. But I have no regrets about it. I love it, and because I've met so many different people, and I'm not very clever in any one thing, but I know a little bit about everything. And I like that.
I've got a friend, one of my best friends from uni, and so we both did civil engineering together, and so we'll catch up every now and then, and he's still in the career, he's still doing that job, and when we get on the phone, like, all right, Tom, how you doing? And he'll say, you know me, everything's the same. What about you? I want to hear about you, because through me, he gets all that variety, what you were talking about. Because like for him, he's doing his thing, he's doing his, but it's the same, the structure's the same. Whereas when he talks to me from one week to another, it's like, it's different. I'm doing this. I'm labouring. I talked the other day, I'm learning entirely, I'm labouring, like, how did that come about? Like, you know what I mean? It's so different. So, I understand what you're saying with that. Yeah, I like.
And do you know what? Like, so, like, I went through a period where I had to sort of trust in what I was feeling inside. So, like, back in the day where me and my mate Sean, we were fucking on our arse, like literally, couldn't afford to feed the kids and all that crap. And Sean, obviously, he had a family as well, and he took the choice, an opportunity come up for him, didn't it, to go to Heinz, which anyone in Wigan, a job at Heinz, that's a, whoa, it's a job for life.
That's it.
Right? Now, so if you turn the clock back 6-7 years, maybe 8 years now, when he took that job, and I remember him saying, hey, bloody hell, you take home 500 quid a week, and it's so much an hour.
Yeah.
And I remember probably a bit of me probably feeling a bit jealous and thinking, oh, maybe I should do that. But then I had someone else like saying that's not you, Kev. Right? And then Sean would say, look, I can try and get you on if you want, get you on as not an apprentice, what's it called? agency and all this kind of stuff. And I was just like, no, I'm going to follow this path of just trusting in the universe, right? So to him, and like he probably thought, what the fuck, Kev, right? And 8 years later, and I talked to Sean, and he phones me now, and like, because he'll be part of this as we grow, but that wage is still 500 quid. But the trouble is now, life's changed that much, that doesn't cover the fucking bills anymore.
500 quid's not worth 500 quid now.
It's nothing.
It's not the same.
So now, I took a completely different. I trusted the universe in my path. Now, okay, we don't know what's around the corner, but at this very moment in time, my future is a lot more rosy, or not even just rosy. It's got more adventure and excitement, and you know what I mean.
Well, this is what I'm hoping that today, even if they don't listen too much to what I've said about the yoga side and spirits, the depth of that, if they just listen to the side of like taking a chance on life and the adventure, because let me 100%. Like where I'm at now. So I'm doing these videos, and it's one of those where most people only do something when they think about what am I going to get from it. So I purposefully wanted to do something that was just there was nothing to get from it. It was just, you know how you were saying you did the Right Said Fred video. If it's just for you, it's just for you, and that's all it needs to be. It's just for that's all it needs to be. And if other people get on it, fantastic. But if it's just for you, that should be enough. So I'm doing these videos just for me. So then last, I can't remember, it was May or June. It was like really warm, really hot, and we went camping. And with a few of the home ed families, and so I'd met Chris once prior to that, and then we went on holiday together. And so Chris has a company called Rexy Club, which is a NFT business, where I know NFTs are kind of like modern. People are talking about it a lot. So his business, where he had some digital art, but the ticket part. So the best way to understand an NFT is basically as a virtual receipt. So if you buy digital art, you get this NFT. But what the NFT, because it's built on the blockchain and it can't be reproduced or faked, what it gives you then is total authenticity. And because it's total authenticity, then it means to reward someone is easier, because it's not like a black Gucci from a market stall, that kind of thing, because then, so what they were building then is this thing called, the plan is to build a complex in Dubai where NFT holders will then go to Dubai and they'll get perks as part of, the NFT. So we're having this conversation, and I'm totally new to this world. I'm new to this world, but we're having this conversation. And so he's asking me like, he's struggling to kind of sell it. And so I've just started content creating, and something that I've missed out. During lockdown, one of my best mates, Anthony Norton, he'll love the fact that I give him a shout out. He came.
Hello, Anthony.
He'll love that. I'll be honest with you, he'll loving that, mate. He'll be loving that.
Is Max Thatcher here? Tonight on News Within the News, Anthony.
He came to me. He came to me where he come for a session, and he was working in a warehouse at the time. And he said, I'm working in this warehouse up in Preston. He said, it's hilarious. It's comedy gold. He says, I want to write a script. Do you want to write a script? And so he said that to me. And at that time, I'd written 3 books, and I had offers for 3 books. The problem with it is the authoring company that wanted the 3 books wanted it to be a contribution where I make a contribution, and then they would So, and during lockdown, I didn't have the resources to do that, but I was in the frame of mind of writing. So when I was like, when he said that to me, I was like, you know what, I'll think about it. When he left, I was in the kitchen, and I remember thinking, all I've got, I'm off. I was locked down. I've got nothing to do. All I've got is time, and I'm being paid to be off. So I thought, what am I afraid of? And I realised it was just afraid of doing it. So we did it, and so we wrote this script. We wrote series 1 of the Warehouse. Everything. It was funny, Kev, because all this stuff, alignment seemed to happen. And was a DJ out in Ibiza. He was he's got a proper story, and one of his best mates is one of that top level agent stroke manager of DJs. Like, I don't know any of the names, but all the ones who play in Ibiza. So he had contacts with Entourage, the program. So that's based on a real agency.
Okay.
And he had contacts within that agency and another one. So these 2 agencies are the 2 biggest global agencies, and through him we got an in. So we had our script read, and everyone enjoyed the script. Everyone found it solid, but what they were looking for was like the next what's that one called? There's one, I can't remember, on Apple TV or something, like a American football manager came over to the UK. Ted Lasso. Have you heard of that one?
No.
Anyway, this. Yeah. So everyone's looking for this new type of comedy. And you know what they're like in that industry? Once they've got The Office, everything else turns into The Office.
Yeah. That's right.
So we wrote this script, and me and Ant were both very into psychedelics and into spirituality and stuff. So the way we wrote it, the first episode was very kind of traditional kind of comedy, and slowly it progressed into this kind of psychedelia kind of comedy. But the problem we had is that no one could get past the pilot episode, so we ended up just kind of fizzling out. And we've tried to kind of go back to it, but for me personally, because I was back into the zone of working again, I just couldn't make that time anymore, that commitment. But now I can see, it's like, so I had all this experience writing the script. Now I'm creating content, video content, and I'm learning editing and bits and stuff like that, and doing, because it's a skill, isn't it? As you know, doing all this, it's a skill to do it. So when I'm sat with,
just comes natural to you. You've either got it or you ain't. You sweet man.
I'm gonna wear the Max t-shirt.
So I'm sat on this holiday with Chris, and he's talking about basically how to educate people into the baby steps of what is an NFT, why should I care about an NFT, what is what is that world. So I'm trying to pitch to him, not me doing it as such, but I'm just pitching to him like, well, probably what you want to do in today's world is like something multimedia. If you send someone a PowerPoint presentation, it's boring. It doesn't really grab your attention. What you want to do is do some sort of video stuff. And so I had this idea when I was doing all the videos. I had this idea of you do like a walk through the woods, a fast kind of camera walk, and then all of a sudden you'd hit a clearing, and in the clearing would be a table with a man in a suit drinking a cocktail. And because it was random, like I was on this real random vibe at that time, and I thought, you know what? Because the subject matter is quite dry, like NFTs, crypto, finances, a lot of people switch off at those words. But I thought if you did something a bit quirky, it kind of like gives people like, hold on, where's this going?
Yeah.
So I pitched to him this idea, and so he liked it, and we kind of went with it. So we created something called Random Table. So the pitch is random questions, random places, random table. So we'll put a table in anywhere, and we'll answer any question, and it's the host. So I became the host of the show. Chris does all the editing, all the back room stuff, which he's excellent at, especially because we were doing the Rexy Club and all the digital art. He was amazing at it. So I love the way that life showed me that nothing is useless. Everything, if you give it enough time, it'll find its purpose. Don't. I mean, people say don't they? Don't rush the process. Trust the process. Like that for me. Like if I hadn't done the video editing and the presenting, if I hadn't written the scripts, at that moment, we would have just had a conversation like mates, and it would have ended there. There would have been no next step. I would have just said, "Oh, mate, that's fantastic. Yeah, I don't know where you're going to go with that, but yeah." But because of that, we ended up making steps. And so Chris is like more social savvy than me, and he was like, TikTok is the place to go because that's the place where you can grow your audience faster. So we did 4 videos. We did what is an NFT? Why should you care about NFTs? What is Rexy Club, which is his business, his NFT business, and who are Atrum Gate, which is this other thing I want to talk to you about, this new social media platform. Atrum Gate is like the higher umbrella company to the social media platform. Yeah. And so those were our first 4, and we just put them kind of on TikTok and just to see how they go. And then really quickly, they kind of got like hundreds, thousands of views and comments and stuff coming back. And then we were like, this is a cool idea. And we enjoy each other's company, and it was an excuse to spend more time together. And so what kind of happened was like, he was plumbing then, and I was back doing the yoga and stuff. So what we'd do, we'd meet up early in the morning. We'd meet at like 6 a.m. We'd find some random location, just choose somewhere. Like we've done it. We put a table in Chorley Town Centre. We put a table on top of a steel container. And so we started filming it before our respective works, and then he'd edit it and we'd put them online. And so what was cool is like we started kind of organically kind of growing this concept, and it's been one of them like over as you do. I remember when you did that video recently, like almost are we shadow banned? You know, you part of you wants to grow a little bit faster. So so it's great to meet that shadow, because you don't always meet that shadow if you don't put the mirror out there for it to be received. So like a lot of the comments were like, I can see where this is going. What a great idea. What a great concept. Keep going. How come we're not viral yet? We've not gone viral yet. Our videos have done decent. A couple of hundred to a couple of thousand views, that kind of thing. We've got about 800 to 900 kind of followers on TikTok, and I think 16,500 likes.
You only need one to drop though.
Well, when me and Chris talk, and because we're going to restart filming soon.
This is not Chris Cooks, is it? Or is it?
No,
another Chris.
Different. Yeah. We're going to start refilming soon, but we've got, I think, like 21 videos we've done now, and we know we've got the back catalogue now, and so all that needs to happen is just for one to kind of drop and go viral, and then you get this wash, don't you? That comes from the tsunami.
That's right. Yeah.
So we know we've got a good backlog of content, and it's slowly got better. And I mean, obviously, you've got the gift, Kev, but I had to learn. I'm just joking, really. But I had to. I mean, the last one we did. I felt like I was really on point, like really on the zone. Like I got the script in front of me on a whiteboard, and I'm just like, I'm forgetting there's other people. I'm just zoned in, and my delivery's better. Because you know what it's like. At first, you're very conscious. You know what I mean?
It's quite difficult in front of a camera. I've never been in front of a camera until a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, you guys have got used to it. You guys have got used to it now. But obviously, when you first sit on the seat, you're very aware that you're in a room. But then now at this point, it's like I'm just having a chat with mates. Exactly. So it changes.
It does. It does.
So so with Chris, he opened this world that I'd never. Let me go with me. I have no business being in this world. This world isn't a world that under normal circumstances I would access, and I've accessed it, and I know I've accessed it because I've let go of the ropes.
Yeah.
And this is the part where the co-creating comes in. Like I've got all this skill and talent and learning that's come with me through all my past lives to this moment. But if I'd stayed with engineering, I might have done stuff like this within engineering, but I'd have never pushed the boundary. Yeah. But the co-creator's put his hand down and said, hold on, we can do this together. And so what's happened is like through Rexy Club, I've met Atrum Gate, and Atrum Gate are the umbrella to this new social media company called One Gate One. One Gate One is a totally decentralized Web 3.1 platform. I've got to be careful. I've got to really think about what I'm saying now, because this vocabulary is very new to me.
Yeah.
It's come, which is what I like, is why I don't see the world in black and white anymore. The reason for One Gate One has come from a pushback to the likes of Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all the control stuff.
A lot of people are getting a bit pissed off.
A lot of people are getting pissed off with it, and also concerned about where the data's going, or getting banned, or also that they are the gatekeepers built on a house of cards. Like, the truth of the matter is, this is the truth of the matter. This video is going out on, is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube.
This video is going out on YouTube. If you guys weren't putting videos on YouTube, YouTube would not exist. But they put a they put a threshold.
Yeah.
They put a threshold to us as content creators, you know, earning. They're saying you need a minimum of so many followers before you start earning an income.
That's right.
But really, they don't exist without us.
Yeah.
So what One Gate One, and I encourage any content creator, whether starting out or existing, because essentially all we're doing is just, you've already created the content, so you're just sharing it on another platform. So, you know, that's all we're all doing. Mm-hmm. But this one, what they're doing is that they're giving the content creators the opportunity to earn from the very start. So there's no glass ceiling. So what that app will do, it'll have a free version and a paid for version. And I mean, I don't know if you've seen Elon Musk's tweet recently. He can see, in terms of the AI and the bot stuff kind of happening, he's kind of, and also he's in control of one of the biggest social companies in the world as well. Mm-hmm. So he can definitely push the needle towards it. But he's saying that the only way we overcome this is by making social more of a paid model. So instead of having a free subscription, we've got to pay for it.
Well, he's done that with the blue ticks thing.
He's done with the blue ticks, yeah.
Well, you're going to get rid of a lot of the fake accounts and the knobheads as soon as you enter, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So there is you can see the positives why.
So that's So what they're doing with the paid version is so One Gate One is unique in the sense that it's got a crypto kind of currency alongside it. Essentially, if people don't like the word cryptocurrency, because I know a lot of people don't, essentially it's like a company that's got, you can buy shares in Meta, can't you? Yeah. So it's the same kind of thing. Yeah. So you can buy cryptocurrency of One Gate One, but also what your paid membership gets you is what's called a utility coin. So the utility coin, I've noticed Facebook starting it now, is that you can buy like hearts, can't you, to give to people, gift to people.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So your £7 a month, I think, or whatever it's going to be, subscription will get you 70 coins. And those 70 coins, you can then choose to give to content creators. So every time you click, you can send them a coin. I think to begin with, it's like a cent on the dollar. But obviously, like everything, you know, 1 cent multiplied 10 times.
It's all about volume. Yeah.
It's all about volume. Yeah. At this moment in time, the user base of One Gate One is low. It's about 5,000 people.
It's just started.
But it's just started. It's just come out of the beta phase of development as an app. The way I described it this morning to Chris, because he's really knowledgeable about this, because he's been kind of there from the beginning, is that for me, One Gate One as a platform is a Trojan horse. And what I mean by that is that it's giving people what they expect to see from a social media platform. But secretly coming in is data privacy, data security. It's giving a built-in wallet, a cryptocurrency wallet within the platform, and all the elements that we kind of expect from social platforms like Messenger and video chat. Well, what they're doing, so for people who don't know and people who are ignorant or choosing probably to be ignorant about this, data is the new oil. Yeah, so definitely. Previously, oil was the new oil, but now we are the fucking oil.
Yeah, definitely.
And so when we are the oil, why aren't we able to earn from ourselves? Yeah. So Facebook or let's say Meta, they are earning from all of our clicks all the time, definitely. And we're not seeing that. So what I believe One Gate One in the direction, one, they're not saving the data. One, they're not keeping your data. But secondly, what they're giving you the opportunity, I think from the paid version, is that maybe monthly, maybe quarterly. I asked the owner of the project this morning, and unfortunately I asked him a bit too late to get back to me in time. But essentially what I believe will happen is that, Kev, you've used the app for this month. This is how much data, we've kind of got on you. This is the value of your data. If you wanted to earn, if you wanted to sell this data, you can earn. And that for me is choice, isn't it? That is freedom. Yeah. And one of the aspects that I want to kind of just to clarify about the Web 3.1. So in this world where we're self-censoring and we're worried about cancel culture, what 3.1 means is a proper decentralized platform, in the sense of like, a centralized platform is that Facebook has their servers in one hub, and if they choose to cancel Drake, Michigan, they can flick a switch and you've got no access to it. Yeah. But in Web 3.1, as a decentralized platform, it's impossible to flip the switch.
I think that in itself is a revolution, and it needs to happen. And if a good percentage of people move to a platform like that, that's going to change things very quickly. Yeah. And I would say that the people in my circles, in the sort of like the truth, if you want to call it that, they would be interested in a platform
I mean, essentially it's been built by a truther, I'd say. Yeah. So the platform is kind of geared toward that. Yeah. A lot of the conversations in some of their equivalent of Telegram chats in the app are very geared towards that kind of stuff. Freedom of speech, because, what freedom of speech is, what the attack on freedom of speech is the attack on freedom of thought. Yeah. It doesn't seem like that. They've said freedom of speech, but the precursor to speech is thought. When someone is attacking your thought, they're attacking the most intimate part of your consciousness. Because if I'm not free to think how I want, then I have created a box for myself.
Yeah, you're in prison.
I'm in prison. Yeah. So through the platform, I mean, if I can give a few more reasons, if I can pitch it a little bit, I've become an ambassador for the platform as much as someone with 200 followers can be an ambassador for a platform. But one element is that they've got a program or an aspect called a chain of love. And so a big ethos, a big ethic part of the platform is that 10% of all profit from the company will go towards a charitable project called the Chain of Love, and that will develop over time. And so I mean, listen, Bill Gates does a charitable program, but we all know
we all know he's a very charitable man.
You know what I mean?
With love for the human race.
I got sold on the Bill Gates myth in the 2000s, believing he was a philanthropist for the right reasons.
Of course, they all call themselves philanthropists.
Yeah, I got sold on that dream, that vision of what he portrayed. But you can see now that the money he gives, air quotes, is to himself. Yeah. So this company are choosing to give 10% of their profit to charitable projects, which I think is fantastic. The second part for me is a dad of 3, where all my kids are under 10, and so unlike us, they are growing up swimming and breathing technology. Yeah, so their experience with it is different to ours. Mm-hmm. They're much more immersed into it, and at the moment they can't consciously, they don't know that Facebook are data mining them. No. And like my middle one freaked out the other day because my wife Claire said, "Oh, look what's popped up on my phone." You remember you were talking about that LOL doll yesterday, and LOL doll's popped up on my phone, an advert for it, and you were like, they're listening, and my daughter's freaking like, "What? They're listening to my phone? They're listening to your phone, mummy." Yeah. So for me, they've made the platform. I can't remember the word now.
It's private, isn't it? For one.
Well, it's private, but non-addictive. Blockchain. They've made the platform non-addictive. That's good. So we were talking about TikTok before, and that element of that endless scroll and how addictive it is. Yeah. On this platform, they've consciously made it non-addictive, and I can't tell you how different that feels when you go onto the app and you're on an app that isn't choosing to keep you there. You've got to then make a conscious choice whether to stay there or not. That's a paradigm shift for me, because at the moment, the platforms that have the biggest market, I think the Meta Group have 1+ billion world of the world, on their platforms, and they are unconsciously engaged in their platform, and the money they're making from the data mining from them is, hundreds and hundreds of million, and that's just increasing. So for a social media platform to develop with the total opposite, to say we aren't trying to keep you on our platform, we aren't trying to make money out of you consciously, we're giving you, we're making it for you to choose. For me, it's a paradigm shift.
Do you feel, because the way your life's gone and your journey's gone, that this has now appeared for a purpose, for a reason?
Yeah, I do. I feel like I felt it a lot recently, and I feel it today that as well. And I notice myself a little bit when I'm lost for words, is that, so I've not had an affirmation for a while or a mantra for a while, but for the last few months or so, the only affirmation I have is, may my voice be a voice for the well-being of all. Mm-hmm. And so I'm getting to a point where I'm understanding the power of what I say and when you understand the power, you have to be clear. If I can swing it back to yoga, the reason why Om is so powerful in yoga is that the more concise you can be in your message, the quicker the message is received. If a guy can do what some guy takes in 10 pages to one guy does in 1 word, if someone can do that, every day you're going to go with the 1 word, aren't you? You know, the easier the message is to embody, to take on board, then, you know.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, that's massive in itself, and that's like the whole self-education platform is like, so your life experiences, instead of someone else having to go through 10 years of learning what you went through, you could tell them, and then they only have to go through it in 1.
Yes, yeah.
People will pay a fortune for that.
Yes.
Because they don't want to waste 9 years of their life.
Yes.
And that's, to be fair, that's what's amazing these days. You don't have to spend 10 years of your life now lost.
Yeah.
You can learn it straight away off someone.
Yeah.
And this one, the self-education platform is like one of the biggest industries growing in the world.
Yeah.
And that's why people are putting like courses and modules together.
Yeah.
You know, so like if you're say you're a cancer survivor, right? Well, fucking tell everyone your story. How did you get through it? What was the pitfalls? Blah blah blah. And then someone who's just getting cancer, they say, boom.
Yeah.
I'll listen to that.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
One of the cool things with the app is that essentially we all sit on the shoulders of giants. I think it's that Isaac Newton quote. You know, you're only building upon what's already been built. So it's nothing revolutionary that they're doing. But what is evolutionary is that they're putting it all together because they can now, because they've seen what happened before. So on the platform, they've also got e-commerce and e-education. And one of the byproducts of COVID is that we are kind of going online for learning more and more. Yeah. And it's important, and it's great because that flexibility opens up where, you know, you can have a training course with somebody previously where you couldn't have had access to before, but now you can do. You know, if in another country you can't afford the flights and the accommodation, but now they're just doing it for like, you know, £500 or whatever. You know, now you can do that. And because the platform is built on the blockchain, the diplomas that will be given out will be done on the blockchain. So again, it gives that level of authenticity where, you know, you can't fake it. The other thing that I really love about the platform is that on the e-commerce side, it's because it's not, so what I've found coming, like everybody has a love-hate relationship with social. I kind of know that my voice needs to be on social, but I also don't enjoy what comes with social. Yeah. And so I know it's so in 2019, I had an Instagram account. And then I quit it. I cancelled it in 2020 and I restarted in 2021. In those couple of years, where I would write a post in 2019 and get like 50 likes and the hashtags would actually work, in 2021, you know, you'd get like 2 likes, you know, and the hashtags wouldn't do anything. And it was essentially, I don't even bother writing them anymore because it's pointless. It's all changed, and so they have forced upon all of us is that if you want to get Drake Michigan anywhere, you've got to pay, and then they get you hooked on the sugar of it, because as soon as you stop paying, then all of a sudden you drop your dive bomb. So this platform aren't choosing to do that, you know, which is unique, because like I said before, I mean, this is where I'm meeting this company at the right time, is that I'm not seeing my value out there. My value is in here, in me. Mm-hmm. I'm not so I don't need to squeeze anybody anymore now. When I said about when you ask nothing from the universe, you get milk. Yeah. This is me now trying to ask nothing from the universe, and I mean, this is a level. I can't underestimate. I can't overestimate the level shift. I mean. Nobody opens a social media company overnight, right? You know, no one opens one overnight. You know, but once you open a social media company, you've got a shop on everyone's phone, every phone owner in the world. So it's not like Tesco or Walmart, you've got to build physical branches. You're actually opened a shop on everybody's phone, potentially. That's the potential now. Mm-hmm. And so for me, this, the part where I was an engineer, then a yoga teacher, then a sports therapist, and this labourer, this is only a few footsteps away, really, for me to be more involved with this world, with the company. And that is a co-creator element. That if I'm writing a vision board, me being a part of a social media company, being an influencer of a social media company, being a shareholder of a social media, I'm actually a shareholder of the social media company. That isn't going on my vision board. Because that's one element where it's just coming to me now, where I think almost on a vision board, you should write something along the lines of, I'm creating space for what I can't see, because most people, because you can only see what you can see, and all you do is just a better version of what you. So if you've got a 2-bedroom house, the next better version is a 4-bedroom house. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you're only writing from you're already locked in your own little paradigm. So what can't you see? What is what's behind the screen? So if people who are doing vision boards and are still in that process, and I, like I said, I still feel that's a very valuable process, is to write a statement, almost giving space to what I can't see, what I can't create.
Do you have a referral code for yourself then, or how does it work?
No, so it's not working the traditional sense, of like a paid influencer. And really, I'm not really after that role, because before this kind of happened, this has only happened for me recently. Mm-hmm. What I was really looking forward to, when you asked me in January about coming on this platform, I was really looking forward to coming on this platform and saying to the viewers, I have nothing to sell you. Because most people use podcasts. I mean, I see it in the adverts all the time. The best way to market your business now is to get on a podcast.
I've got nothing to say. You carry on talking.
So I was conscious of that. Like most people who come on podcasts are saying, come to my website, see this, I really, I don't have, even now, I don't really have that really. I mean, if you want to follow Random Table on TikTok, please do,
put a link on there.
Yeah, put a link onto that. Join the app.
I like that. I've got nothing to sell. I've got nothing to sell you.
Do this
if you want to follow Random Table, I'll just get that butt plug in. That's a cracker.
We've got to cut that bit.
To be honest, everyone who comes on, for me, it's your sort of show, if you like.
Yeah, definitely.
I want you to push.
100%.
I want you to, whatever you're up to, whether it's the yoga, whether it's your comedy channel, whatever, fucking get it out there, push it. Because you know what? If we can get you another 10, 20, 30 people who...
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, because it works both ways, you'll go away and say, I was just with these two knobheads the other day, fucking at Drake, Michigan. Do you know what I mean? So it all works. It all works. So, no, it's good. It's good.
It's all good.
Yeah.
You know what? Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you for
it. Well, hopefully you're going to... because I think we've still got more we need to get into as well, because obviously you've still got unfinished business with the yoga, certainly.
Yeah, I mean... Not only unfinished business with it, I want to create a new paradigm for the yoga in the West. So I want to be able to offer something with my wife where, because we've got the natural masculine feminine energy, we can offer that kind of Shiva Shakti yin yang element, which yoga, which we can do, as a couple, as a family. And my plan as well would be one element that which made me lose my love for yoga a little bit, is that because it is becoming so commercial and capitalist, and you've got to fight for visibility. And I don't want to fight, because I'm not fighting against life. And so I want a place where me and her can teach. And we can get people to...
This where I was thinking, it's amazing, really, because I know, obviously, everyone's on their own journey, but a lot of the things that you've talked about, believe it or not, we offer right here at Drake, Michigan. Because, obviously, on the platform, we want to be able to show people all the steps and the videos. But the thing is, because once you've made the videos, they're there then.
Yeah.
So, and they can go worldwide. So anybody who comes to the platform now or in 6 months' time, boom, it's there. Beginner's class. It's all recorded. It's all done, right? So there you've sort of got your your legacy of what you're all about and blah, 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 right? If you're into estimating, I've got an estimating business, so and we're actually looking for someone there. So we actually do that as well.
I was thinking that when you were talking.
No, I'm being serious as well, by the way. What's called, and also we have got a comedy channel, so as well. So like maybe if you want to promote round the table and everything, we could push that as well for you a little bit, and maybe just help. So do you know what? Maybe the things
I thought when
people can help each other.
When I saw you, Mags Thatcher, what is it called, Mags Thatcher?
Mags Thatcher.
When I saw that, as the news anchor, I was thinking about
news wanker.
I was thinking about how you could expand on that, and I thought, what would be funny, like if I was the sports anchor. And my name was
exactly what
I'm not from here, so like to play a little bit, you know what I mean? On that, hey, I'm not from here, and in today's, you know what I mean, like something like that. That's why
do it. Come on, do it. Yeah.
Yeah. First name, I'm not. I'm not from you. No, because to be honest, but that's the kind of conversations we have, where we do want people to come around and sort of come in as another character, if you like, but then the character takes on its own. Yeah. Basically, it can become its own spin-off then, if you like.
Yeah.
So, like, one of the things like where we've got coming up here is, like I said to you before, is which will be ACT, which is Anonymous Conspiracy Theorists.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got around in this support group, you've got everyone around the teacher. So, like, let's say your character was sat in there, and you might say, like. I think the world's flat.
Yeah.
Right. So basically what you're doing as well is you're sharing a bit of the facts and truth, what people who believe in flat earth are saying, while at the same time making a bit of a joke. It's like, I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist, and I'll probably say, the tinfoil that's here for you to put on today. That kind of thing. But the thing is, well, them characters can then take a life of their own.
Yeah.
Do you know? And grow.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like what like starts as one part then turns into something
like
more.
All good comedies, like Kevin Perry, like he started on that Fast Show, was it? Or something?
That's it. So and because I think people fall in love with so what happens is you could have 10 characters, but people start saying, "Fucking, that character's funny," and then that character then. Start texting on his own thing. Yeah. So, but we're going to need extra people and more people involved anyway. Do you know what I mean? And if people are like,
it's good fun.
It is good fun.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
No, guys, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, mate. Thanks.
Great to see you again.
It's really good. Plenty more.
Don't forget to subscribe, please. We're not after any kind of likes and ticks or anything, any endorsements.
No, we've got nothing to sell.
But please subscribe.